confessing that I love you. Tell me, do you love me too? I'm confessing that I need you. Honest, I do. I need you every hour. In your eyes I see such strange things, but your lips deny the truth. Will your answer really change things, making me blue? Oh, I'm afraid someday you'll leave me, saying that we will be friends. If you go, you know you'll grieve me. All in life, all you depends. Oh baby, I'm confessing that I love you, dreaming dreams of you and me. Oh, I'm confessing I need you. Honest, I do, I do, I do.
Sveiki visi.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the seminar, The Role of Fire in Forest Ecosystems, Prescribed Burning as a Tool for Nature Management. I'm pleased to have many people here, and I will switch to Lithuanian for a while and back to English. Sveiki visi. Mano vardas Vytautas.
So, hello, everybody. My name is Vytautas Keturakis. And it's a pleasure for me to open this huge seminar today on a very important topic, the role of fire in forest ecosystems. Prescribed burning as a tool for nature management. It's a live IP project. Natura 2000, optimizing the management of Natura network in Lithuania. Today, it's a pleasure for me that we have lots of participants, over 500 registered. Hello, everybody. From 40 countries, almost from all continents, except for Antarctic and South America. And I'm very grateful that the presenters who agreed to participate, honored professors from various countries, from North America, Scandinavia, Latvia, Lithuania, and they agreed to participate. I invite to make an introduction, to tell a welcome speech, Mr. Danas Augutis, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Environment of Lithuania. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in such an event. Really, the fire safety is very important in the work of foresters. They have invested a lot and have studied a lot in this topic, and this work is being done well. But the related to wildfires, there's a fire. Forest is usually presented in negative. Still, we as forest ecologists, we mostly understand that uncontrolled fire and prescribed burning are completely different things. In natural ecosystems, fires existed since eternity, and when fire safety was introduced, we prevented development of some organisms which were vital for the ecosystems. Of course, fires sometimes are necessary for the maintenance of biodiversity and even recovery of some species. This topic of fire, because it's dangerous not just for the forest but for the public, because of public opinion, and there are many opinions expressed, negative opinions usually, but I hope that today we will manage to introduce some change into that opinion. About how it's possible to help the nature to manage itself and to preserve certain species. My personal observations are that in Lithuania, in 2008, the topic of forest fires was only negative, and for me it was a big surprise when in the international conference, Swedish Forestry Agency presented a system with the main objective to support planning of fires for maintenance of natural diversity. At that time, they already had a system according to which they were selecting the place and intensity of the fires to preserve the biodiversity. And there's a certain type of communication of Lithuania and Scandinavia resulted in the fact that many forestry specialists are returning to work in Lithuania. And I've talked about one of them from the practical point of view. There was a natural question that instead of felling of the stands, it's possible to use the burning process. But there are lots of fears and unawareness in the public opinion. And such event as this is very necessary, because by ignoring problems, we are just making them bigger and they are not being solved. So I'm very happy that our former colleagues managed to organize such a high-level event with international presenters. So I'm looking forward to interesting presentations. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to remind the audience that we invite you to write your questions in the Q&A field, which is on the top right corner. And the presenters will answer those questions as much they can manage. And by the end of event, we'll try to have all those questions answered. As Vice Minister mentioned, it's an important topic in which we can discuss, all of us, and we invite you to take part in that discussion.
And now I switch to English.
O dabar aš persijungiu į anglų kalbą.
And once again, warm welcome to all our presenters. I'm very pleased that you took your time, and some of you quite early time, to be present and prepared for our seminar. And thank you very much for your effort and expertise you are bringing. And I'd like to invite Professor Charles Ruffner from Southern Illinois University, USA. Hello, Charles. And
hello, sir.
And welcome. And he will speak about the history of prescribed burning across North American ecosystems, applying lessons learned to Baltic forests. And I invite audience to please write your questions. Please respond. Floor is yours, Charles.
All right, thank you, sir. First, I am delighted to be here this morning, this afternoon for you folks, coming to you from Southern Illinois. And I want to just first say that I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, because many fire ecologists went before me in this field, and I feel like I'm just very lucky to be telling the story of burning in North America. So, first of all, what I want to do this morning is to try and provide for you a brief description of Native American burning practices and how they impacted our landscape. Excuse me. I will then continue with a brief discussion regarding our Euro-American fire use, immediately following contact with Native American cultures, and then discuss for you this era of fire control and suppression in our country and how we're dealing with the effects, those long-term effects of that suppression. And then, due to time, try to just provide for you some trends in prescribed burning across two of our common forest types, namely the central hardwood oak forests and our western Ponderosa pine forests. And from those examples, I'd like to discuss a few lessons learned that I feel apply towards your Baltic forests. First, I want to try and take care of this human versus lightning fire issue. And in our country, 85% of all fires are clearly human caused, and they occur generally throughout the year, regardless of season. Indeed, we do have some lightning fires that occur during the dry summer months in many of our western forests and across the southern tier pinelands of Florida and Georgia. But clearly, Percunus is only responsible for about 15% of ignition starts in North America. If we look at Native American burning practices, we can see that across their home, village, and field areas around their local habitations, they had a great influence on the landscape by using fire for a multitude of reasons. Their dependence on fire drove their subsistence patterns and, to a large extent, their landscape transformation over a 10,000-year period. Yes. Okay, sorry. I believe by now most historical ecologists see a strong local influence in tribal areas, and there are over 70 to 100 documented uses of fire by Native American groups. Some of those uses include things like reducing rattlesnake populations or encouraging browse production, reducing understory debris to aid movement and transportation through the forest, or exposing acorns on the ground for collection or driving game for hunting. Many of their textiles and fibers came from resprouting species as well. And then, as around the globe, Native Americans used fire as a means of warfare against other groups. So by about the contact period in the mid 16 to 1700s, colonial Europeans come on the scene. And in many places, those native fire practices were actually continued, if not increased, after we understood the effects of their burning. So between the years of 1820 to 1850 or so, we actually increased the level of fire on the landscape above and beyond what the Native Americans were doing. Many European mountaineers brought Vestal fire from the old country. And throughout the 1860s up through the Civil War, we had a lot of agricultural fire across the Midwest. However, that fire was eventually suppressed because we had to try and protect those agricultural products and all the farm buildings that were built around those farms. Our full-blown protection period really starts by the late 1890s through the 1950s, and we see a great reduction in the number of fires on the landscape, the amount of acres being burned by those fires, and this leads to widespread regeneration of many fire-sensitive species and the loss of so many unique sites that we're dealing with today. Our protection era starts roughly around 1910 with the large big blow up of the Pacific Northwest. Many millions of acres were burned, and from that period on, it really influenced our fire policy so that all fires were seen as negative and thus suppressed. While this was happening, there were a few wildlife folks that understood the value of maintaining certain fire-prone habitats for upland birds. Come to mind Henry Stoddard, great fire ecologist, ornithologist. Other ecologists stressed the need for fire to regenerate fire-adapted species and influence their successional pathways. And then some real pioneers in the Park Service began quite small with 1 acre prescribed fires, and they were trying to increase or see some giant sequoia regeneration. And then while the Yellowstone fires of 1988 were critical for developing fire policy in this country, I believe that it was those fires that really started the discussion, at least while I was in grad school, about trying to reintroduce fire to many ecosystems. So why do we need fire in these ecosystems? Well, across this 50 to 80 year period of fire suppression, we've seen a great encroachment of woody species onto many of our open sites, including prairies and savannas. We see some long-term impacts across many biomes, including a diminished flammability of our fuel bed, a mesification, which is a process of advanced regeneration of fire intolerant species coming into our stands, And then in many areas, we see an increased fuel loading and potential fire risk in rural and suburban WUI areas. Ecologically, we're experiencing a loss of many keystone species such as oak across its biome, and we're seeing a decrease in regional biodiversity. So this is much driven by the loss of hard mast and those wildlife species associated with that hard mast. So across many biomes, we're losing unique and valuable wildlife habitat. Fire has many modern uses on our landscape today, including woodland habitat management, pollinator habitat maintenance, attempting to control invasive species in our infested areas. Fire is used broadly to maintain habitat structure, and then even for recreation and historical aesthetics on important sites. In managing for endangered wildlife habitat, we realized that many endangered and threatened species are tied to those historic conditions, open conditions of our forests. So across its range, many state natural resource agencies are beginning crop tree release, silviculture, and prescribed fire to try and restore open conditions for rattlesnakes, timber rattlesnakes. Not everyone's favorite species, but a very important apex predator in all of the ecosystems that it occurs. There are some great positive trends in prescribed burning across North America as well. Generally, we see an increased use of prescribed fire in most regions. That's wonderful news. We have, for the last 20 years, really enjoyed increased interagency cooperation, which has allowed us to burn larger burn units across private, state, and federal boundaries. And I believe to this day that most of our public is reporting positively about our prescribed fire operations. Of course, there are reservations regarding smoke impacts on certain populations, concerns of escape, and trust in burning crews actually doing the work. So those concerns definitely need to be dealt with. So why then is landscape level fire so hard to conduct? I think it boils down to a few key issues. It's really public education and agency education and acceptance that fire is a useful tool in the forest. We also see broad scale landscape fragmentation and increasing smoke management issues. Across large industrial forest lands, they generally inhibit broadcast burning, although many of those forests that we're enjoying today regenerated during our frequent fire period in the late 1800s. Intensified forest silviculture on these short rotations also breaks up the multi-cohort structure of many of our stands. And in the end, the forest industry is often reluctant to accept fire as a management tool in forests. Let's talk about a few oak adaptations to fire and the xeric dry sites that they occur on. Most oak species have a thick, corky bark that insulates well against fire injury. Oaks have a wonderful resprouting ability from their abundant root reserves, their carbon reserves below ground. As seen in the image on the left, most oaks are quite well adapted to compartmentalizing around fire scars to reduce rot on the interior portion of the tree stem. And quite honestly, following a fire, the acorn germination rates are much higher because they are on this mineral soil that's been exposed by the recent fire. So several adaptations for fire. We have done in this country extensive historical analysis of many of our written records from that early colonial time period. And across our General Land Office surveys, we know that our early forests were much more open with fewer trees per acre and generally larger size diameters. It was dominated in this part of the country at least by 45% white oak, with very low amounts of the mesophytic maples and beeches that we now have so many of. And when looking through many of these survey documents, you see that there are numerous accounts that attest to heavy localized burning by Native Americans in their clearing activities. I've found many terms indicating such open burned over conditions in these early surveys, comments from surveyors as fire blackened soil, burnt timber, Indian cabins, or old fields. And on one wonderful deed from Massachusetts, I have, by the industry of the Indians, the land is very open and clear of woods. Good historic information that of what our landscape looked like when Europeans came on the scene. I'll share with you a post-settlement fire history from one of our sites here in southern Illinois named Shoal Creek. You can see that by about 1890 to early 1900, settlement occurs in this area. And for the next 50 years or so, we have fairly frequent fire. I believe it's a mean fire interval of 2.8 on this particular site between the years of 1900 and 1940. However, you see after 1940, the cessation of fires on the landscape and really the loss of oak regeneration on this site as well. Looking at the recruitment numbers for different species on this particular site, the red bars indicate oak and hickory species germinating during these frequent fire periods of 1900 through 1940. Following 1940, with the effective control of fire on this site, we get no more oak regeneration and a complete turnover to maple and beech regeneration. So now modern oak forests need fire more than ever. So due to this fire suppression era of the 1890s through the 1990s, there is an increased recruitment of these fire sensitive species, and we see this across entire biomes of our country. Reduced flammability of fuel bed reduces our overall prescribed burn effectiveness. You can see in this picture on the left-hand side, we've lost much of our fine 1-hour fuels that are necessary to carry surface fires. So sadly, many of our forest stands look like the image on the left here, and they're choked with regeneration. They've lost that herbaceous cover. And now these stands are facing heavy thinning followed by repeated surface fires. If we are in any way to get them to look like the image on the right, which is an oak savanna or oak woodland with disparate oak crowns and a very luxuriant, diverse herbaceous flora on the ground floor. Many of our restoration treatments include thinning from below and then applying repeated prescribed fire to control those mesophytic species. We are trying to recreate those historic conditions mentioned in those historic records with about 25 to 70 trees per acre, which allows for about 1/4 to 50% of the canopy to be covered and providing abundant light to the forest floor. And that results in a very diverse ground flora that you see in the lower right-hand side in one of our restored woodlands. And finally, for our oak, or for the students here in our oak forest, many universities here, many forest universities and land conservation agencies are very active in training the next generation of fire practitioners. At my university, all of our forestry students take fire management. They learn about fire control, they learn about fire use, and they learn about fire ecology in my courses, so that when they graduate from their forestry programs, they're able to move out into the professional field and actually use prescribed fire as a management tool. So it begins with education of the practitioners as well. Now I'd like to shift gears a bit and move towards pines of the Southwest, namely Ponderosa Pine. And here I present some research from some big figures, namely Peter Foulet and Craig Allen, from Northern Arizona University. And we're going to talk a little bit about the historic fire regime of Ponderosa Pine and how that has changed and how we're trying to restore it as well. So on the left-hand side, you see an image of a fire master chronology from Camp Navajo in northern Arizona. This incidentally is a Army National Guard training base. And each of those vertical lines represents a fire scar on a particular stump. And you can see very frequent fire in this area between 1600 and 1883, having a mean fire interval of 3.7 years. Very frequent fire. And then more noticeably is the lack of fire after about 1875, 1880 or so, when fires essentially drop off the landscape. If you look to the right on this image from Craig Allen's work, you see similar information in a different pattern. You see repetitive fire from about the 1600s, again through the late 1890s, and that results in low numbers of trees recruiting into this stand and maintaining the open conditions. However, by 1900, with effective fire control in this region, fires are removed and you see a rapid ingrowth of regeneration and no thinning from lack of fire. So choking out these forests. So if we look at the historic fire regime of Ponderosa pine ecosystems, they generally had a 0 to 35-year mean fire frequency, very low to mixed severity, with surface fires being the most common, maintaining that very nice open understory that you see on the left-hand image here. The main fire season, similar to your Scots pine, would be late spring through late summer. This particular species too has many adaptations to the sites that it grows on and fire adaptations as well. Ponderosa pine is largely moderately shade tolerant, excuse me. It's generally a serial species occurring in the early to mid sequence of succession on most sites, where fire acts to thin the stand, creating these multi-age cohorts that are so important for a mosaic of age classes on the landscape. The species has some great survival characteristics, such as open spaced crowns, high foliar moisture in the crown, self-pruning branches to reduce the green ladder effect, and it has very thick insulated bark that protects the cambium against fire injury. Looking at some wildlife interactions in this ecosystem, fire benefits the majority of wildlife species inhabiting these interior Ponderosa pine ecosystems. From a bird perspective, fires in Ponderosa pine tend to increase bird populations because of their use of this open stand structure and the dead standing snags for cavity trees. Notice in the understory that periodic fire promotes grass production by reducing shrub competition and pine straw development or accumulation on the forest floor. So in turn, with this repeated fire, you get the carrying fuels of the grasses and forbs, and that in turn helps the elk and deer herds benefit because these species are largely grazers in these ecosystems. So if we look at the long-term effects of fire suppression in Ponderosa pine forests, we see clear-cut logging has removed many older overstory trees. We had a heavy livestock grazing component in many of these forests in the late 1800s and early 1900s. That again removes the fine fuels needed to carry the fire, the surface fire. Climate change is creating closed canopy stands with a dense understory and many ladder fuels that move up and allow fire to move into the crown. And then also you see many times, because of the lack of fire, you get these large piles of debris at the root crown of many of these older trees. So if fires were to hit these stands in their current state, many of these larger overstory trees would surely succumb to fire injury. In addition, we see an increased susceptibility to stand replacement fires because of the density and the later successional foliage. We see a decrease in soil moisture and nutrient availability on many of these sites. We see increased concentrations of allelopathic litter. And more importantly, we see decreased herbaceous diversity in the understory. So thus, the management implications tell us it's time to thin all the small diameter trees, not all, but many of the small diameter trees, and then repeat prescribed fire in these stands. We know that frequent low severity surface fires generally restore ecosystem function by thinning these dense stands and reducing coarse woody debris on the forest floor. So frequent low severity fires generally result in ecological benefits such as increased soil moisture due to the lower evapotranspiration on the site, increased soil temperature, which increases nutrient cycling, increased productivity of the herbaceous plants important for pollinators. And we've seen across many dendrochronology studies an actual increased diameter growth of the residual Ponderosa pine in the stand following fire. And in the end, we create favorable seed beds needed for future pine regeneration to sustain this ecosystem. From a hazardous fuel reduction standpoint, this is very useful because we can thin stands, reducing again those latter fuel effects. And basically that helps us create these mosaic of age classes, but it also maintains the fine fuels and grasses necessary to carry fire through these ecosystems. And when wildfires do occur, they generally hit these thinned over areas and they drop to the ground and they act more like a manageable low intensity surface fire that can then be actually managed by forces on the ground. This type of thinning on the downwind side or upwind side of many of our communities has reduced losses across many municipalities in the West. Very effective fuel break use. So I want to give hats off to one of my grad students, Dennis Carroll, who's now a fuels program manager on 2 national forests. And so the next couple slides are from Dennis, and according to him, there are only 2 kinds of wildland fire in America. You either have wildfire, where you have unplanned ignitions, generally occurring during the worst seasonal conditions, or you have prescribed fire, where we as land managers, we pick the conditions under which we burn, we plan the ignition, we coordinate resources, and we actually meet our management objectives. So according to Dennis, we really only have 3 general options in fire management here. Either full-on suppression of all fires. All those fires are unplanned, very expensive to man and to suppress. Or we have multiple objective resource benefit fires, and those might be an unplanned natural ignition that we choose to manage for resource benefits. Those 2 tend to be costly per acre, and in the end, we sacrifice the amount of acres treated. Or we pick prescribed fire, where the best of both worlds happen. We meet our management objectives and we decrease our per hectare cost. So it's both planned and cost efficient. Using a few incident costs from Dennis, we can see that for wildfire suppression, the Laconkas fire burned 156,000 acres. The full cost was over $200 million to fight. So the per acre cost was about $1,500 per acre for a wildfire treatment. The multiple objective or resource benefit, here we look at the Pinot fire incident where they allowed 4,300 acres to burn for a cost of $740,000, roughly about $170 per acre. Or they might be able to treat 5, 10,000, even 20,000 acres a year on his forest, where each acre only costs $50 to $100 to treat. So as a fuels manager, I know, talking to Dennis, that he would much rather use prescribed fire to meet his resource goals than to try and do it through wildfire suppression or multiple objective burns. So in closing, I have a few cautions for managing prescribed fire. Remember that in many of these conifer-dominated systems, trying to burn those accumulated fuels near those overstory trees will probably negatively impact their root systems and collars. Indeed, those have to be fireproofed or treated before they're burned. The increased homogeneity of our fuel bed is reducing the effectiveness of our burns, reducing the spread of our fires, and that's really impacting our post-burn mosaic, which after all is most desirable for wildlife habitat. Oftentimes, our desire to control fire leads to burning during suboptimal conditions. That also reduces effectiveness by not meeting your management objectives. No matter how many hectares we burn, we are still far below our historic levels of fire use, causing a broad fire deficit. If you look at the figure on the upper right, these are numbers from Illinois. We have about 740,000 acres of habitat we should be burning. And in the years 2014 and 2015, we were able to burn 50,000 acres, roughly about 6% of what should be burned. So we really need to get ahead of that, but we are increasing our efforts. Oftentimes when wildfires do occur, they are often catastrophic spectacles indeed. And in order to affect more landscapes, I think managing ignitions and prescribed fires are more warranted. So in conclusion, I'm convinced personally, after being in Lithuania 4 times and traveling around many forested areas in that country, that fire is some component of many of your ecosystems. I would suggest starting with some small experimental plots with agencies or with parks that are amenable to this. First and foremost, start a training and education, public education system so that people start to see the effects of fire and understanding the effects of fire, and start building that support at the ground level. And first and foremost, continue the discussion with seminars such as this. So I hopefully have not gone over my time, and perhaps there's a moment for a question or so. Vytautas?
Yes, thank you, Charles. It was very interesting to follow you and very efficient. We have time, and I must say that the public is also very active, so I'm eager to share questions with you and curious to hear your answers. So I put some questions now, and then if not now, then maybe during panel discussion we can come back. So I'll say one question in Lithuanian, and I'll ask for professional translation to you. Ar buvo vertinamas ir ar yra kitų modernesnių alternatyvų?
Are there any more modern alternatives
Kontroliuojamam deginimui
for prescribed burning
natūralaus gaisro poveikiui imituoti?
to imitate the impact of a natural fire, wildfire? For example, collection of the understory, machining, and similar. Milling, sorry.
Yeah. Is it clear, Charles, the question? Did you consider other alternative that could be to prescribe burning?
Yes, here in North America, there's a large funded project by the Joint Fire Science Program called the Fire Surrogate Study. And in that study, Dan Yalsey and others looked at just what the question is talking about, like manipulating the fuel bed through fecon mowing, or I guess you could go out and clip that if you wanted to remove it in some way, but to really affect a lot of acres, you need to use a machine generally. So yes, I think you can affect the structure with different surrogates for fire, but there are certain chemical and nutrient cycling things that fire only does that I don't think these mechanistic functions can do, in essence. So yes, you can affect structure, but you cannot affect the nutrient cycling and volatilization of things off of the site. So I think those fire surrogates don't live up to their full expectations, quite honestly.
Mm-hmm. Because there is a more specified question, similar to the one I asked, but about Pinus ponderosa. What was the impact of prescribed burning specifically that increased the efficiency of this place? And was it possible to achieve by other means, by some other forestry means?
Well, I think if you were trying to encourage grasses and forbs to grow in the understory, certainly logging those forest stands will allow more sunlight to the forest floor, and you might get more regeneration of pine. But I don't think you're going to get the thinning agent of fire in those thick stands, and that develops that multi-cohort, steady state shifting mosaic forest structure that we see across so many conifer systems, even in Lithuania.
Okay, thank you. About oaks, how thick the bark of the oak has to be for a complete protection against fire?
Well, I'm sure there are papers out there in publication on bark thickness. I think the true answer to that question is, how intense would the fire be near the bark of the tree? Because there are some species of oak, like chestnut oak, that have very thick bark that are very resistant to fire, and then white oak is fairly resistant to fire, but it has a thinner thinner bark than, say, Quercus prinus. So it depends, really. I mean, and not all oak, there's a whole spectrum of fire tolerance across oak species, because we have oak species that grow in very wet soils, very mesic soils, and then very dry soils. Quite honestly, fire occurs across that whole spectrum, just at different time periods generally.
Okay, thank you. It's I will switch to another kind of question, but I like this one. I will read to you. Thank you for a lovely presentation. That's the first good word for you. And the question is, what measures are made to protect the intellectual property held by including indigenous groups regarding reintroducing cultural burning practices? That's
wonderful question. This seems to be coming to the forefront, certainly in North America, of understanding and coming to terms with what we call traditional knowledge or Aboriginal knowledge, and giving it credit for understanding how fires worked. So I believe many more groups are working with native tribes, native groups in using fire. Myself, I've worked with a couple in the Northeast. So it's definitely something that has given more credence today in our country of listening to tribal groups and their use of fire. And I think that's pretty positive around the globe, that we're starting to listen more to these cultural groups.
Okay, that's amazing, this transference of experience from our previous generations, other groups, to the day-to-day practices. So I really, that's amazing in how you looked over in your presentation from experience of humans of using the fire, suppressing the fire, and now reintroducing back to the practice. And it's not a secret that people, well, we were taught to be afraid of that. That's what I was taught from my childhood. Yes, you don't play with fire. That's the message that's deeply ingrained in children's head and in grown-ups' heads. And what's your view of what would be important steps of managing this cautiousness towards the fire, like how to manage different viewing perceptions of a landscape, of attitude towards the fire, by foresters for timber, local people for recreation, and to move towards the recognition of prescribed burning? What would you see how to manage these different views?
Here in Illinois, Southern Illinois particularly, we tried to combat the public's perception that every fire looked like something from California or Australia and was this giant conflagration. And so we tried to make the case for fire in Illinois forests based on the fact that it's a different fire regime, and trying to tell people, like, this is what our fire regime looks like, and trying to deal with those misperceptions. I mean, that was one of the first fire history papers we published, was to try and change public perception about what fire looked like in these ecosystems. So I think starting there with the public perception about dealing with those misperceptions and trying to look at the literature, both from a social background and from an ecological background, that, and Henrik earlier mentioned Stephen Pine. He's one of my heroes. Several of his comments here in my talk. You know, it's what makes us human. The use of fire is what defines us as human beings in many ways. And I see positively introducing young students here in our elementary schools to the use of fire, not encouraging them to go set fires, of course, but encouraging them to understand it and see that it's a positive aspect of the landscape and not negative. So we have this Smokey the Bear syndrome in our country, and maybe you have the Smokey the Bear syndrome as well in your public. And it's time to switch that around, that whole equation that, you know, prudent fire use is good on the landscape. Imprudent fire use is bad on the landscape as well.
Yeah. So, but I didn't mention at the beginning, but what we speak about, that prescribed fire has to be done by specialists only, the people who are trained and competent in what they are doing.
Right. In our country, there's a broad use of fire by private landowners, and in many of our states, they have the legal rights to do that on their property. So if they're trained and they feel comfortable, they accept that liability, yes. But to 80% of the population in America, leave prescribed fire to those who are trained to use it. Exactly.
Okay. Okay. I feel like we could carry on talking. I know that there are more questions coming. I could see them.
I'm just glad that I had a few moments left at the end of my presentation for talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's very interesting. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Charles Ruffner. And I want to thank you to the people listening, and we can see your questions. Some of them we say, and some we will say at the panel discussion. And my suggestion, and I want to invite our next speaker, Professor Anders Grandstrom from Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, Sweden. Hello.
Hello.
And yeah, I invite you to start switching on the presentation, and Professor will speak about prescribed burning for conservation in Sweden. So we are approaching Swedish experience, and floor is yours, or screen is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. So it will be a lot on the practices of prescribed burning in Sweden and what's happening right now. This front image is from last April, a very early fire in a somewhat unusual site. It's very young, self-regenerated, unthinned, mainly pine stand. This is not what it usually looks like, but it was a successful burn, this one, and necessary, as Charles mentioned earlier, to reach a more open stand in the future. So legislation in Sweden is quite simple, nothing much in the law texts on burning. So you can burn your own forest, but you are responsible for the fire. There's one element of surprise also. There's something called a burn ban. The idea is not to have open fire campfires in the forest if you have a high fire danger. But in order to do prescribed burning, then you need an exemption from that ban, and it's issued by the fire chief in the district. So you need to have good contacts with that person, and he has to understand what you are up to, and he has to understand it and trust that you can handle it well. And there's room for failure here. Sometimes the fire chief cannot sort of gauge the risks and overemphasizes that. Sometimes he doesn't trust you at all, so you need to build trust, and it takes time and effort. So the present situation with the prescribed fire is that it's accepted as a management tool. No question about that. Both in nature reserves and in forestry conservation operations also by forest companies. It's building slowly over the last couple of decades, and it's at present there's more acreage burnt in prescribed fire than in wildfire. Roughly equal amount in nature reserves, state-owned nature reserves, and in land held by the forest companies. So to achieve this, there's been a long ride, small steps over a long time. So if you look at forestry literature from the late 1800s, it was presented that fire was a natural thing, and so it's a pretty good understanding. But conservation for species, etc., was not a big thing. So that came only in the 1970s, and with us there was a sort of transition really, because forestry teaching has been done at only one place in the country. These young people, they were sort of imbued with a knowledge about fire as a historical force, and much of that had to do with a young professor, Ole Zachrisson, who came in 1978. So from that date, everyone was taught fire history and fire ecology. And there's a bullet point here: people do not change, they retire and are replaced. So it's a slow process to sort of change a ship, like nature conservation. The first things on the ground were done in late 1980s. And when people started to discuss burning in forest, we were helped by the legacy of prescribed burning. Because if you go back 50 years, 60 years, there was a lot of burning on clear-felled areas in order to do site preparation. And so the old knowledge of that was still around, and the fire brigade people were not so afraid, especially in the north, about fire. They knew that it's okay to go in and burn tracts. So let's look at Sweden, the map of Sweden. In the left-hand corner, you have the average DMC value for June to August. That's an index from the Canadian Fire Weather Index system. And if you look at other indices in the system, it's roughly the same. So southeastern Sweden and eastern generally is, because of less precipitation in the summer period, has a better fire climate, you could say. But you have fires all around. And the middle picture here is wildfires reported over the 96 to 2018 period, larger than 1 hectare. So there's an aggregation where people are, but it's also aggregated where the good climate is, but fire can happen everywhere. And lightning ignitions is the right-hand side there. It's again a bit concentrated actually towards Lithuania in the southeast, but that's due to the topography of southern Sweden with some sheltering hills in the center. So why do you burn? The argument presented is species, fire-adapted species that can't thrive in a closed and dark and etc. forest. So you have some examples here. Also beetles that are fire dependent. But I would primarily talk about forest structure, species and openness, etc., which enable things like these to thrive. And who burns? First of all, you have the nature reserves, and they are handled by the various counties. We have 21 of them. So it's not directly controlled from the center of Sweden, which is Stockholm, but it's a bit localized. And today it's most of these local conservation administrations do have a pretty good understanding of fire. They have some fire equipment, they have some trained people, and they are able to do some burning themselves, but they also rely on contractors, private contractors. Not too many of those, unfortunately. So in the center map there, I've sort of indicated the process of getting where we are right now. So there was some overflow of information into, for example, the number 1 county administration there, which started to pick up fire as a tool, and then it spread gradually, and they sort of formed clusters and cooperations between them, rather outside of the control of the central administration in Stockholm. At present, in the right-hand figure there, the map, you have a recent project, Life Taiga, which operated from 2015 to 2020 and covered these counties, so much of Sweden. And that was a big help to reinforce knowledge and actions. But then you also have the forest sector, and all the big companies are today aligned with the FSC forest certifications standard, and they are actually obliged to burn a certain amount of acreage. It's calculated to be 5% of the annual cut area. In the recent standards, it's if you burn standing forest, you count that as ×3, so 1 hectare is counted as 3 hectares. But they had to burn, and that's they feel it's a hard task, one of the worst or most complicated things to do, but they do it, and they conform to this because of essentially the public pressure to have. People don't want to buy things that are not certified. So if there is a wildfire, the companies can also set aside those areas if they don't touch them after the fire, and include that in their tally of the acreage burnt. So what is the typical burn tract? The size is usually 15 to 50, sometimes 100, 150 hectares. And the smaller the size, the higher cost per acreage. So that sets a lower limit, and the upper limit is set by what you can accomplish in one day. Of course, you can burn repeated days, but that makes everything much more complicated. It will cost you something between 700 and 1,200 euros. We don't deal with euros, but translated, it would be something like that per hectare. And as when you are in the housing market, location is everything. So you need good borders. That's what you look for. That means nearly everything. So I put up a schematic picture here. You have the wind coming from one side. You prepare. You have a number of people out, happy faces, and they operate the hose lines. One guy is doing the ignition, starting out there, and there are a couple doing looking for spot fires, traveling with the wind outside of the area. You should expect an advance of this whole operation of perhaps 1 to 2 meters per minute. It depends on conditions, but you have to balance that. If you move too fast, you will kill too many trees. So it will take some time to move through the area. And then you start mop up, and usually mop up a 5 meter edge of the black, and then you're pretty safe, but you need more attention over the coming days. And there are lots of forest roads. They are really helpful, but there are other lines also in the forest, a lot of mires, creeks, etc. Usually we work with a hose line of 38 millimeter. That's a baseline around, and every 50 to 75 meters you put in a T-valve and have a 25 millimeter maneuver hose, and then you're pretty well set to operate fast. And there's no limit to the amount of water we have usually. So within 500 to 1,000 meters, we usually have some position to take out water. So if you have poor borders, you might put in a mineral soil guard, and always supplemented with extra water outside from a helicopter or hose line. And helicopters are frequently used for watering and securing also if there is a slop over. But you need to have a helicopter pilot not only certified to have a bumper bucket beneath, but also understanding the whole process and understanding how fire works. And it's not, it will not solve all problems, and you have to be very careful with how you operate the fire, not to have overconfidence in the ability of the helicopter to take it out, a slop over, for example. Sprinklers are not frequently used, but sometimes, and it can be helpful in some situations. This is just a couple of hours after the fact, and then you move the line into the black, so you sort of take out the beginning of the smoldering process. So if you have helicopters on site, or one helicopter, you will probably It's enough with 3 to 4 ground crew. If you only operate with a ground crew, it's typically 8 to 12 people on site. But it varies, of course, on the situation. A typical routine would be like this. You prepare until noon on the burn day with various chores. Then you sit and eat, and then you light up, usually not too early on the day because you will move into sort of worse conditions. Start out with test fire. You might then, if that works well, you continue, and probably you're done at around 5, 6, maybe much later, maybe well into the night. Often under all conditions, up north at least, we can burn sometimes through the night actually, because it's light and relative humidity can still be quite low. Then you need a night shift, minimum 3 persons to essentially mop up some and work the perimeter. Second day you need maybe the first crew again, but maybe another crew, minimum 5 persons for mop up, and that can take a long time. Minimum 3 days is something rather typical, but then you will, when all smokes are out, you need to wait another 3 days with repeated observation in order to be clear that it's out. And that part, when the flames are out, that's the hard part of firework with us. So how do you buy this service if you need some contractor to do it? First of all, you need to know fire. If you're buying, you need to know as much as the seller, really. This is a tender for fire prescribed fires in the county of Västerbotten that is out now, if anyone is interested to apply. So it's there are some clear demands on the people who take the contract. You have to show that you have experience. One of these fires looks like this. It's a really nice, easy place. 55 hectare, close to a lake. It's also bordered by some mire, etc., and road access all the way. So really nice. The red stuff, red lines there indicate where you have pine, and the rest is low-lying, somewhat moist areas. And then there's a description in the tender here for fuels. So you can read and see what do the fuels like. The first, in the pine-dominated sections, the fuels are good. And it's a typical description. And you can, when you read it, you understand what it looks like. There's also some pictures in this tender. So you can, if you don't want to go there directly, which you should, then you should be able to understand is this something interesting for me to do. Some information on borders, some information on the goals, what mortality is expected, or what are you looking for. The last line here, the initial mortality for pines should be between 10 and 30%. That's a very common goal. You should essentially wipe out most of the spruce trees in a situation like this, but pines you should be careful with. So you need to adjust fire intensity then. There's some additional information: no protected objects, no huts, no nothing like that, and no forbidden wind directions, because this is up north, so there's no people around, no cottages that might be inundated with smoke, etc. So let's take the other example of the 5. It's a small one, 13 hectare, but it's a much more tricky one. And the similar description of fuels, etc. Also here, there are no forbidden wind directions. It's the red area that is to be burnt. But no one in their right mind would burn with a strong southerly wind here, of course. And it's also mentioned that due to the risk of escapes to the north slope of the tract, it is recommended that the burning is done with assistance from helicopter, but not, you can do it otherwise also. This is what that site looks like. Of course, there's a high risk of torching spruce trees here, so you need extreme care and carefulness. Here is the actual border up north where the indication is. The left side should burn, the right side should not burn, and you have a strong slope there. And if you lose it, you lose it big time. So very careful burning here. So that was that from the tender. You can find it on the internet at present. There are about 20 days to go with the application. So when and how should you burn? You have two variables to keep track of: depth of burn, I mean the impact on the soil, and you have fire intensity, which will directly translate into canopy impact. And those are controlled by different factors, which makes it a bit difficult. So you have to choose the right day in order to get the right depth of burn, because that's controlled by the degree of draft into the humus layer. And fire intensity you can control for a particular day. You control it with the ignition pattern. So weather-wise prescription, you could sort of, these are roughly the limits for what people like. So DMC value from the Canadian danger system of 30 to 60. Is it too much, it will smoke forever and you have big problems. If it's too little, you might not be able to cover the whole ground. Relative humidity from 30 to 45 is usually the case. Below 30 starts to get risky. And winds, typically 1 to 5 meters per second. What you definitely need is a stable wind, one direction, and that's it, and not too strong, but you need some wind. And that's usually not a problem with us. We don't have strong winds during sort of good summer conditions. And what should be, where should fire be applied? This is a citation. I should not say who said it, but what can burn, what you can burn today, it has burned in the past and should burn again. That's really how I see it. But there will be restrictions, of course, by many factors. Today, it's mostly this type of forest, coniferous dominated forest with relatively high conservation values and reasonable borders that are tipped for burning. In the southeast of the country, we have some oak. I know you're interested in oak in Lithuania. Not much, because it's not been favored by forestry for a long, long time. But it has interesting fire ecology. Charles mentioned a lot about the American oaks. We don't have much enough knowledge. What you definitely can say is that they easily form fire scars, damage to the stem, so you need to be careful with that. On the other hand, they heal quickly. It's like drawing a zipper down the stem over a few years and then it's sealed. They also have a good capacity to throw out new branches, which pine, of course, cannot do, our pine. So that helps them a lot. And yeah, here we have I put out the question, what happened here? Is no one could really give the story if you haven't been there, but there are a few oaks, there are a few pine trees, like in a little group here. What happened was that this site was prepared for burning, and you had good conditions, and then you had a lightning strike and hit in the center here of this sort of round 1,000 square meter plot. And the fire brigade came out, extinguished the fire where the border is here, the yellow border. And then it was time to burn the rest of the tract, which is about 25 hectares. And that was done shortly afterwards, and rather too intensely, with too aggressive ignition patterns. And then all trees were killed except in this little patch that was previously burnt by lightning. And you see, this is a situation about 10 years later, and you see a lot of sort of homogeneous regeneration in the background there, which is what happened in this part of the site where everything was killed by the fire, because they burnt in much too high intensity. And but in the lightning ignited little center here, you have an interesting case with quercus oak regenerating their crowns pretty well, far below the sort of scorch height of the leaves. And they also hold the ground pretty well against regeneration coming in. So it will be an open site for very long. And so that dynamic you always have, you should not burn too intense, because then you get something looking like could have been an ordinary clear cut a few years later. So what is a successful result? First of all, no escapes, of course, and no injuries. Afterwards, it should still be a forest, to be sort of like an abbreviation. It should be a forest, but an open forest. And that type of forest will definitely also be acceptable to the general public if they are shown the site. So, and pictures can tell more than words in a situation like this. So that forest is attractive to many. And you need training, and that's you need training, and you need to start small, and you need to build from there. And yeah, that's all my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Anders. Thank you. That's many practical and examples. Thank you very much. That was very good. And I have many questions. I have many questions coming. I will try to say some of them, and I will come back to our panel discussion later. One that is promised that to speak also about practicalities is, some say that they don't use prescribed fire because of its costs. Are the costs of prescribed fire comparable to other forest management techniques, or is it really more expensive? What would you comment on that?
Under ideal conditions, it's cheaper than anything. So, and everything has to do with size and borders. For example, if you have a clear felled area and you have good borders, you can burn it more cheaply than doing mechanical scarification.
Okay.
But typically it will be more costly, but maybe 2 times as costly.
Okay, so it's worth. All right. Okay, and about choosing which forest and which habitat and which place. How do you choose the forest for prescribed fires? Forest with high percentage of dead wood or windfall area? Could you use fire for burning infestation forest area by bark beetle?
That's a tricky question. So it totally depends on what it looks like. I would not a heavy blow down area. I would not use fire on initially because of the it becomes complicated when you cannot easily walk there, for example, and you might get intensities that you don't want. But if you're thinking about operating in an unusual situation, you should test it out in small scale first, and then draw conclusions from that, because it's totally dependent on the situation, on what type of species you have, and what it looks like. But start small and build local expertise, and don't trust. I mean, Sweden is different from the Baltic countries. It's not only a little ocean between. Situations with species and sites vary, and you need to build local understanding. Sure. And not read textbooks only.
Sure. Thank you. And I want to say also, before going to another question, but I want to say that there are coming words of appreciation and acknowledgement of your presentation. It's really great. So I want to just say that aloud so it reaches you, that really people say thank you and they really liked it. And there's another question about prescribed burning as forest management tool. Is it more desirable in strictly protected areas or in commercial forests? I don't know if you are the right person to answer, but that I see that question. I thought maybe you could comment. You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation around that.
So it's used in both state-owned reserves, which you probably would call as strict reserves, and in reserves held by the big forest companies, because they have to set aside areas also as sort of internal reserve areas for conservation. And both these situations you have burning in, and it's seen as a necessary management tool in both within forestry and within nature conservation units operated by the state.
And what are the criteria used to decide to apply this tool or not?
The criteria is, if you look for within the forest companies, they decide totally on themselves. That's one exemption, you could say. If you look at this picture, the image of, sorry, where you have a lot of lichens, if you're up north where you have reindeer populations, reindeer husbandry, the Sami people don't like burning, so then you would never touch a really good lichen stand with good Cladonia lichens on the ground, because that's prime grazing ground for reindeers. But otherwise, the forest companies decide totally themselves what to burn and what not to burn. And with the forest reserves, it's up to the county administration officers, and that's not controlled. The decision on exactly where to burn, that's not controlled from Stockholm. It's controlled from the local county headquarters.
Okay, thank you. I I really appreciate your answers, and I really want to thank the public for your interest and your questions. I'm aware that more are coming than I am able to ask, but I have the challenging one before closing our presentation about greenhouse gases emission. The question is challenging. Does it really worth it? Do maybe prescribed fire emits much more, and what are the climate warming costs compared to the benefits of prescribed burning?
A tough question. However, for Sweden, at least, still, it's such a small operation quantitatively. So it's very, very marginal. If you look at a particular site, the stuff that you burn away, that's the upper layer of mosses and lichens and litter. And that material is, if you don't burn it, it will circulate over a period of 5 to 10 years roughly. So it's what is consumed in the fire is mostly stuff that would oxidize without fire, also be broken down by organisms within a relatively few years. So that's, if you burn when the humus is very dry, you get much more consumption of a sort of semi old body of carbon. You mineralize that, but usually not really substantially. It's in the sort of worst scenario, it's about 30% of the total carbon stock in the humus layer. And trees themselves are not, they may be killed, but they are not consumed by fire. So it's not a very substantial direct impact on the carbon cycling.
Okay.
But there are, of course, complications to it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Anders Grandstrom. Thank you, and we'll come back with some more questions in the panel discussion. So I will ask you now to stop sharing the screen, and we will move to our next speaker. I invite to take the floor and to take the screen Senior Lecturer Henrik Lindberg from Finland, Hammer University of Applied Sciences. Welcome. And please switch on the screen sharing. And I want to remind the public that we will have break and you will have time to switch off and just have a rest, and 5 minutes after 3 o'clock. So presentation, questions, and then we'll have a short 10 minutes break. So the topic is prescribed burnings in boreal forest in Finland experience. So floor is yours, Henrik. That was a quick review. Yeah, everything okay?
We can't hear you, Henrik.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, wonderful.
Great.
Wonderful.
And can you hear, also see the presentation?
Yeah, we see the middle slide.
In fact, I've always wanted to start from the end, so now I can actually do it from
Wonderful.
slide 66, because it's related to the question. I was prepared that somebody would ask the question, and here you can see a calculation about the emissions, and here are the wildfires, and it's kilotons, the unit, and here you have the prescribed burnings in clear cuts or regeneration, and the lighter yellow is in the nature conservation areas. Overall, as you can see, it's some tens of kilotons, and if you compare it to the total land use change forest sector, which is 56 megatons, you can see that it's like nothing. And even the net sink of that is 10 megatons. So neither wildfires, and especially prescribed fires, they don't play any role. So it's like when you then have this image of Amazonas and deforestation and peat fires, it just is totally another thing.
Okay.
Maybe I can now go to the...
Great, thank you for responding to the question. That's an important question that people ask.
Okay. So first, what I will talk about, it's good that Anders took part of the, or took care about the, sorry, one thing. Yeah, about the practical things, because I was, when I was talking with Birut, I'm concentrating mostly on biodiversity and ecological things and species and structures, and deal with these questions, and I'll exclude biohistory, just go to briefly, and practical things. Anders covered them quite neatly. I think, Kost, if somebody's interested, I can comment and complement to the Finnish side, but generally it's done partially in the same way, and also I will exclude legislation and certification. Here, just briefly about biohistory. As you can see, it was very commonly used in Finland, and only about 100 years ago it kind of was terminated. So it was practiced quite lately, and probably out of all Western countries it had a big role. But I don't have time to go into details. I just say that these 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, they were kind of fire centuries, because a lot of activities had to do with either slash and burn or tar burning and coal burning. But if somebody's interested, I can provide some more. Then something about modern. I have to say that Finland's fire regime raised international awareness when ex-President Trump brought out, and here I am at the top of my career giving interviews to New York Times, or maybe I was actually ashamed to see my noble name disgraced in fake media. But anyhow, so of course the whole question is, you compare California to Finland at the same time of a year, so it's not very, but maybe there's some truth in this. The point is that Finland is the most forested country in Europe, but the forest fires are much less important and common in Finland, even compared to the nearest neighbor and the closest, well, the closest neighbor with a relatively similar forest, and also similar structure. So this is interesting, and if you look at the fire regime, you can see that the fires practically, they totally ceased about 50-60 years ago. So we had years of near 100,000, even in 20s, 30s, or 50,000 hectares per year, but now it's like 500 hectares per year. So this is important to see that the fire regime completely changed about 50 years ago, 60 years ago, in the 60s. And another important thing is that there is actually no increasing or decreasing trend, so it has been for the last 20 or 30 years quite similar. And so we have fire-driven habitats and fire bird forest about 5% what we used to have maybe 100 years ago. So there's really this quick change that has happened. And if you compare to Sweden, you can see that Sweden and Finland, although they are near neighbors, their fire regime differs. So in Sweden there has been notable fire years now and then, and of course the years 2014 and 2018 have even escalated or deepened the difference. And in recent years, they are all practically low intensity fires, and the average fire size is very low, and there's lots of small low intensity fires that do not grow into large fires, and the reasons for this is quite interesting. And but I don't have time to go through them. But as far as I know, it's quite similar in Lithuania, that for several decades the fires have not been an issue. If there's a fire brigade will go there and put it out. But now, because of Sweden, there has been some concern also about the future. And then we look at the impact on biodiversity. So these certain habitats, they have become rare, and species also dwelling these habitats, fresh burned areas, and then these fire-driven forest structures that Anders was talking, and also fire-driven habitats. We talk about sun-exposed habitats, these barren dry forests. So here we have a forest, fresh or relatively fresh forest fire area. As you can see, there is it's relatively quite open and warm, and a lot of radiation. So, and there's dead trees, and there are dying or living trees like these pines, and then they are dying trees, and usually the mortality that take years, even decades. So there are these different dying processes, and also different tree species. There you have birch, and most of here are spruce, and then you have pines. And then the topsoil is burned, which creates this black burned soil, which is also important for many species. Then we have this multi-layered cover structure that the forestry and fire suppression has kind of not destroyed, but they have decreased this structure, and Anders was talking about this a lot already, so I just point it out again. But then we have these sun-exposed sunlit habitats, and I think when we have soil plus topography and exposition and disturbance dynamics, this creates sunlit habitats. And especially in these trans structures were caused by frequent forest fires and which maintain the characteristics. So there are these habitats that differ from normal upland or mineral soil forests, and the more they differ, the more unique they are, and they host species that are adapted to these extreme heaty circumstances with a lot of radiation. It's typical that there are very complicated symbiotic relationships. And we can talk about these barren forested nature types, and also nowadays we also talk about substitutional habitats like road banks or airfields or sand and gravel excavating areas. Military exercise areas are important, as we have already heard, and we'll probably hear later. And then because the fires do not manage the forest, they are transformed to normal forest. So they're losing the characteristics. So here we have sandy beaches, dry meadows, esca slopes, and xeric pine forests and heathlands, and to all these, the fire is the one of the driving factor that's maintained or created these habitats, and now we are kind of losing these habitats because of the different change in fire regime. And now a lot of the species that used to survive or thrive in those kind of habitats, they are now found in airfields or banks or sand pits, which is of course a little bit strange that we protect sand pits or airfields. And also the military, the exercise areas have shown to be important because there's consistent, continuous fire activity there, which keeps them open and creates this competition-free surface. So here you can see what's happening. The former habitats like this are transformed like this, and then here you can see that how the humus layer is thickened, and the open or cladonia, lichen dominated, will grow to normal feather moss and other forest mosses dominated area. And then you have these flagship species, which are examples or important to them. Here you have some like thyme and catfoot, and some I think they are both. They are actually flagship species because they are nice and people love them, and they know them, and they are a lot of them are endangered, and they are also key species because they are host to several other species. Like here you have a classic example. You have the wild thyme, which has been endangered and or near threatened, and then you have a blue wing, which is specialized here, and then the larva transforms and is parasitic in the ants, and the ants have then parasitic wasps, and everything you have back because we have less and less these kind of biotopes. So actually we have a gradient, and what's happening that we are losing this barren xeric open, and there's a transformation to the subxeric and mesic, and there's a constant shift, and depends on the disturbance dynamics. If we have fire suppression, and if we favor spruce instead of pine, if we have a forest management, even edge management, dense stocks, so it shifts to this direction, and with humid climate periods. And then if we have higher fire activity, and so it's shifts to this direction. And this is something that's happening through all Europe. It's like in Scandinavian countries, in Baltic countries, in Poland, in Germany, they all like note that this is more and more like wider issue, and it's very hard to do something about it because the true driver behind here is fire, and if it's not allowed to use in landscape like in Central Europe, it's very hard to manage this to fulfill the needs, the habitats directive, and so on. And here you can see that in Finnish, as an assessment of habitat types, there's a 25% shift from barren to semi-xeric, and this means that it's happening this way now. So we are losing the dry and xeric end. Here you can also see that out of the habitat, in the habitat assessment, these dry, they are noticed as decreasing, and also in endangered species, 3% are burned areas, and in a fresh forest fire areas, but in these dry, barren, sun-exposed areas, it's 16% of all forests, 830 species. So it's actually quite a lot. And I just show that it's mostly aphids, butterflies, and stinging wasps, and it's typical that there are these complicated symbiotic relationship, and some vascular plants are very important to these communities. Here are some examples. You have typically beetles, Coleoptera, and then bugs or flat bugs, Aradu species in these fresh areas, and then you typically have moths and also this one of cricket in this barren xeric site. And here you have then an example of a polypore, which is specialized in burned wood, and also a vascular branch, which is specialized in burn soil, requires high temperatures to germinate. So the scientific evidence says that we should burn more and more, and it's an effective nature management tool because of what I just presented. So it's noted in several, in red books and red list books and different guidelines, and even in our current government program. Prescribed burning is currently mentioned there. And how we now burn forests in Finland, and what is our burning palette. So here you have a traditional burning of a clear-cut area for regeneration. Here you have a a small-scale burning or retention group. Here is an Esca slope habitat burning for its dry barren habitats, and here you have a burning of conservation area of old managed forest. And these modified silvicultural burnings, we usually, no, I have to check the time. I have used 14 minutes. That's,
it's okay. Okay.
I know, but I have so much to say. We usually intend, according to research, you should leave at least 10 cubic meters forest pine trees, and the fire should damage the trees so that the species could utilize them. So actually, we call them prescribed burning to promote the biodiversity of forests, and the idea is that it's a traditional method that landowners know, and if we combine this element of variable retention there, we can partially maintain the species, but of course not the structure. This is mostly for host species management. So the aim is to decrease the competition on understory vegetation and increase nutrient cycling and soil productivity by creating an acid fertilization. And it's typically done in mesic spruce dominated forest, and we use horseshoe technique, or it's called horseshoe technique in Finnish, but it's ring fire, or practically the ring fire. So it started from opposite wind, and then the flanks are run through the opposite wind and finally pulled together. And it's the idea is to thin the humus and the moss layer, so the germination of pine, mostly pine, Scots pine will increase. And it was very important tool, like when Finland was transformed to effective forestry. So the recipe was clear cut and prescribed burning and pine sawing, and still useful, but not necessary silvicultural tool. So it's been mostly replaced nowadays by mechanical scarification of land preparation. This is how they did it in old days. Typically 5 to 10 persons, no machine water, no pumps, no radio, telephones, so ignition was done by these birch bark, and here were the tools that they were using. It's actually quite amazing that it was quite common that they burn 30 hectares with this kind of crew and this kind of equipment. So it's decreased during last years, but forest companies are still doing it to some extent, and private landowners are encouraged to do it, but it's decreased. And here you can see that in 50s and 60s it was like 30,000 hectares per year, and it quickly dropped, and now it's maybe something like less than 500 hectares. So here you can see at 5 example, 15 hectares started there. Here you can see the horseshoe. It's starting to suck inside, which is one of the main ideas, that it creates this fire suck, which means that after you have cleared this first half an hour or hour, then it's like sucking inside. Here you can see the retention trees. Now they are closing the ignitions. Then, as you can see, they use gas igniters in Finland mostly, and here it's just like burning inside and sucking inside. It's mostly just garden. And here you can see that it has decreased, and some of the retention trees are burned, and after couple of years, you can see that the firewood epilobium has overtaken, which is less harmful than Kalamagrostis weeds. And then we can also burn retention trees, which is done to mostly to just small areas, 0.1, 0.2 hectares, and the idea is that it creates this small resource that attracts beetles, and the main idea here or driver is certification. And to be honest, I have very serious doubts whether this has any impact, because the areas are small and so few that it's mostly just done because they have found this is the way to fulfill the certification criteria. So here you can see examples. It's much easier. You can do it with two men early in the spring, and put it out, wet it immediately. So it's clear. But as you can see, that the ecological impact is maybe not so high. Then restoration burnings in. I don't want to go through all slides. They are mostly here that maybe you can read it later about the details. But anyhow, in Finland it's a bit different from Sweden. So in the conservation areas it's done, but the recipe or the aim is a bit different. First, it's the overall they should be concentrated in its fire continuum areas. So we know that the fire should be in these areas as continuous part in the landscape, because for instance that the insect can always find a new place to go. And here you can see that it's mostly these old managed pine forest, commercial forest, and the idea is to increase biodiversity there, start natural succession, benefit pyrophyllous species. The technique is different. It's usually done by spot fires, as you can see here, to decrease the intensity and keep it lower. And as you can see here. So here and there they have started, not the continuous fire line like in the previous slides. And here you can see an example how it's done in parts. This was done first, and then these parts, and finally this line. So it's, and here you can see how they look after. Some of the trees have died and are dying, the pine trees, and then there is going to be the sprouting of deciduous trees, which kind of increase the tree species diversity, which is always the problem or the aim in these old. A lot of our old national parks, they have forests like this, so they're not natural forests, they are old commercial forests, and this is one restoration idea. And then this mortality can happen 10 or 15 years. So this was burned 10 years ago, and the trees are still dying after that. So this is also one aspect, this the production of continuum, the production of dead wood, and which maintains the coarse woody debris continuum. And then we have these ester forest impoverishment burnings, where the aim is to maintain and keep them barren, keep them xeric, avoid the fructification. So here you can see it's different technique. It's strip. We start from the upper slope, and then it's like the strip head technique. So we here has been the last line, and then we go by strips after we have secured the upper part. And here you can see the results that it has a result in this wild thyme that has started to flower there, which was one of the target species. So actually this was quite successful. So this was pre-burning, and this is burning, and this is after. So how have we succeeded? Unfortunately, not very well. As you can see that the prescribed burnings, the restorations burnings, which is the red or orange color, they have stayed around 100 hectares, and then the prescribed burning in clear-cut or regeneration areas, they have gone down. So altogether it's less than 500 hectares now, right now. So it's been a lot of talk and a lot of the ideas that we should do this and that, but unfortunately we have not been very successful. And these retention tree group burnings, they, like I say, they play no role because they only run maybe 30, 40 annually, and altogether they are maybe 5-10 hectares. So it's kind of greenwashing, in my opinion. The companies and the certifications say that we promote diversity by fire, but they have kind of modified the criterion, so it actually doesn't have much impact, but they can say that they do it. And then we do some habitat management burnings, and then we also do some management of cultural biotopes, but I will exclude it here.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, I was coming to thinking of the message, what I would like to say. So, I think it strongly recommends burnings in nature management, and it's unavoidable in species and habitat management. So, if we want to keep these certain habitats and species, we somehow have to solve this problem. But it's a very difficult task because this burning is very expensive, and it's in Finland the costs have been climbing quite a lot, and it's quite laborious and weather sensitive. It's hard to be automatized like everything should be done. It cannot be done virtually by teams, not yet. So it's old-fashioned work in a way, and it's hard to outsource, and it carries these safety hazards, especially if zero tolerance is selected. And we have a lot of been talking about this public acceptance, so it can be strongly opposed by citizens and rescue organizations, politicians. And it's nowadays very easy. If somebody goes wrong, there is this huge storm in social media, which politicians might say, and then they lift their hands up and say, we just quit it. It's easier for them maybe to do that. So this is really a tricky question. And a lot of persons think that we are at these burners like these strange biologists or people, they are playing with fire. And some, not all rescue organizations, they have very suspicious attitude because they consider that sort of playing time. And it doesn't very well fit into our modern society. But the problem is that it cannot be really replaced. If I have time later, I can show. Somebody was asking about the alternatives, how to, are there alternatives to burning up in panel? I can maybe come back to it. But if we are committed to this Habitats Directive and conservation status, we just have to burn and also utilize these natural wildfire areas in conservation actions, like they're doing quite a lot in Sweden. So I think these kinds of meetings and cooperations are really important, and like some kind of, because this is more and more coming a pan-European issue, at least these xeric habitats, some kind of boreal or fire network, or not even boreal, but let's say kind of pine forest network and training courses. And problem, of course, is that in many countries in Central Europe, it's totally forbidden. So in Finland, we still have tradition, and it's like we have maintained the tradition, so it's possible to do that. Here is some additional material. There's about a fresh article about what I've been talking about in this place. So if you have details and numbers and so on, this is one. Then in the University of Eastern Finland, they had a lab project where they have produced 30-40 mostly species group responses to burning, and it's all collected in Professor Jari Koukki's website. So that's very good start to look, and there you can find several research to back it up, and also in this late or fresh publication. And then if you want to see the practical thing about ecological restoration in boreal forest, how it's done in our forest service, this is the one. And then finally the Light and Fire life site, which was the project similar that they had in Sweden, Life Taiga, we had in Finland, a little bit different focus. What I was telling, focusing on these things, especially on the barren habitats and restoration burnings, Finnish style. We had a workshop in 2017, and there's a lot of good material there. They're also presenting this Latvian and Polish and other situations. So this is something I recommend. And 2 coming possible workshops, that there will be final seminar for this Life Taiga that I was telling that Stephen Pine will be having a presentation. So I just made sure that this is open to everybody. So if you go to these their sites, it's going to be 2 days, and then it's this project mostly. It's a little bit blurred, but forest fires in Fennoscandia and the changing climate, which is mostly concentrated on forest fires and climate change issues, and it's going to be on May. So this is something that I can keep in mind.
Thank you.
Okay.
Keith,
Did I make it in time?
almost a few minutes, but I see you used similar time as my other presenters. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, and it was nice to have the opportunity to say it. But I've always would have liked more to be in Lithuania than in my own.
I want to ask questions. If are you eager to take,
Yes.
Hedrick? Yeah.
Yes.
So first of all, thank you. This is a lot of. I can see there's a lot of material about burnings and about habitat management. And the question, I want to start from the challenging one. What have been major difficulties, or maybe even escapes, or maybe even things that turned out not as you planned in your experience? What went wrong in your experience of managed or prescribed burning?
So you hint that we are doing something wrong?
No, I'm saying that everything so smooth, or are there some things?
No, of course. First of all, about the frequently asked questions. Let's see. So, but it's out of all ignitions that cause forest fires, it's currently, last 10 years, it has been about 2%. So every 50 of forest fires caused by burning, and 1 out of every 50 to 100 burnings escape. But in reality, it's lower since some of the incidents are just that fire brigade has come there and checked the smoke,
okay.
Detecting the smoke that has been informed by some person. So mostly it's, I would say it's less than 1%. So they cause forest fires, but very few compared to other sources. And I would say there's the most difficult is usually the burning itself goes fairly well if there is an professional crew. But the problem is that it can stay and reignite after 5, 6 days, 3 days, that's usually the biggest problem. And also in forest fires that you should the afterguarding, the post watching. And the other thing that, in my opinion, that there has been last summer, at least one escape, is that if there's sudden changes in wind, either direction or wind speed, yet that usually causes problem, and then it's possible. So these two are the things.
Okay. Okay, thank you for taking the challenging one. We'll come back with some more questions when we'll have panel discussion. And I think it's, yeah, please close the sharing, or you wanted to?
Yeah, I'll close the sharing.
And I want to thank you, Henrik, and I want to thank all presenters for now for doing a wonderful job. It was really interesting and full of information. And I think we all deserve some break, public and speakers. So let's have a break for 10 minutes and come back again after 3:15.
3:15. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Now blue drag, inshore is dragging me down. I'm almost tagging the ground when I hear the blue drag. Oh baby, that slow drag. It got that new lazy swing. I crave that new crazy swing. I must have my blue drag. Oh, that rhythm, blue rhythm has brought me on to this mysterious train. Oh, that rhythm, blue rhythm has got me in these peculiar days. Can't get enough of blue drive. It got my soul on fire. I know that I'll never tire of that low down blue drive. Confessing that I love you. Tell me, do you love me too? I'm confessing that I need you. Honest, I do.
And hello, we are back on the seminar, The Role of Fire in Forest Ecosystems, Prescribed Burning as a Tool for Nature Management. And we had a wonderful discussion and presentation before that. And I want to thank all participants, all listeners, English speaking, Lithuanian speaking, for all your questions and your comments. And please come back. I'll try to put the questions into the panel discussions as much as I will manage to do. And if it is important for you, please come back with your question, repeat. We'll do all the best to respond to you. And now I want to invite our next speaker. We are traveling closer to Lithuania, to the Baltic states, to Latvia. And I want to invite Ieva Mardega from the State Center of Defense Military Science and Procurement of the Republic of Latvia. Hello.
Hello, thank you very much. I start sharing my screen.
Yeah, please do switch on your screen, take your floor, take the screen. And Ieva will speak about burning fire-dependent habitats experience in Latvia. So we are traveling to Lithuania, to Latvia first, and then to Lithuania to see what is the experience, what are the lessons, and what are experience doing that. So floor and screen is yours, Ieva.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad to be able to present Latvian experience, not so very long. But anyway, in burning both heathlands and forests. I will talk mainly about one site where we've done it. It's military training area Ādaži and Natura 2000 Ādaži. You see on the map where it lies. And mostly I will talk about our latest life project, Birds in Ādaži. Here you see the map of the area and the main habitat types we have there. You see that the central part is mostly heath habitats, it's open areas, and they have formed during military training in last 100 years, because so old military training area this is. So fire have been frequent in this area, and that has formed those heathlands and of course affected also forests around there. Our life project targets were mostly habitat management for protected birds. So in this life project during 4.5 years, we restored more than 1,000 hectares of heath, partly by burning. We also restored raised bog and boreal forest. And in forests, it was only controlled burning method we used. In this slide, I put our project target species. Those birds got better habitats during our project. Most of them benefit from fire. And in this slide, I have other species of our area which also benefit from the fire. Some of them you've already seen in Sweden's or Finland's presentations. So that also proves that we have quite similar habitats and also similar management methods to use. Of course, as a large project in a large area, there were challenges. And if I look back, I have to say that the access of the military training area was the biggest challenge for us. Military training was becoming more and more active with more troops and vehicles involved. So it was hard to find time for management activities there. Another thing was unexploded ammunition, because all the heathlands where we did management actions had to be cleaned, and it also took quite a long time. Some involved parties were quite cautious about forest burning, as heathlands we had burned before, but not forest. And another thing which came up unexpectedly during dry summer of 2018, we had large uncontrolled forest fire in the area. And that was the reason why forest fighters couldn't burn our areas, because they were fighting this uncontrolled fire. And of course, long time for procurement procedures necessary as for state authority. And also during last years has come up one thing not important before, the degradation and overexploitation of the area due to very active military training. Impact on biodiversity. On this slide, I focused only on heathland because we have more than 10 years now of experience in burning heathlands, and we have gathered a bit of experience and evidence on this. I think most important thing in the heathlands is regeneration of the Calluna vulgaris from the seeds, and the creation of mosaic both in structure and in age. And that means also, of course, better conditions for species inhabiting heathlands. The burnt areas you see in the background of black grouse, these are perfect lacking sites for black grouse, as mature heather is not suitable for them for lacking, but the burnt areas are perfect. And another thing I would like to stress is Orthoptera insects. We had this study on these insects in burnt and unburned heathland, and studies showed that in the burnt heath, both numbers and diversity of these insects is much higher than in unburned areas. So that means the burning is beneficial for these species too. If we look back in the history, the first heath burning we did in the spring of 2009 during our first life project. There were no state regulations at that time about controlled burning, so it was experimental thing. Ministry of Environment was not very keen on this activity, but as we got really great support from State Forest Service and the local fire guard department, we were able to do it. They, in fact, did it practically. So after this successful event, we've been able to burn almost annually, every year, some amount of heathland. Unfortunately, other projects in Latvia has not been so successful because the society's attitude is not very good. It opposes very much the burning. So outside military areas, it has not been possible yet. But of course, we hope that in some years' time, maybe it will change. So since 2013, we have regulations of the Cabinet of Ministers, where it is clearly written how the burning should be done and what permissions you need and what you have to prepare before it. So this is our routine work. We have to have a statement from a habitat expert. We have to get the permission from Nature Protection Board. We hire forest firefighters because we don't have necessary techniques, fire engines, and also do not have people to do it. And on the burning day, it's important to inform also municipalities' fire service, because of course, when smoke is up, people will be calling them, and so they know that it's okay, that there is smoke coming. And now I've come to the practical part of my presentation. I will show in a few slides how exactly we do it. divided in two parts. At first about heath burning and later about forest burning. So at first we decide the place and the size of the patch we would like to burn. Usually it's overgrown heath with trees to open up it again. So we need the preparation, of course. We make about 3 meters sandy belt around it to safeguard that fire doesn't escape. We have to decide if we would like to burn in spring or summer, because heathland dries very quickly in spring, and it's possible in April to burn it. But sometimes we burn in summer when it's more dry and more hot, to get more intense fire, especially in places where this humus layer is very thick. And then, as for everyone involved in prescribed burning issues, it's waiting for the best conditions. Sometimes, especially in spring, it is maybe 1 or 2 days only, which are very good. So if the day comes, then we go on. And in these few pictures, you see in practice how it's going. At first, this outer part of sandy belt is watered with a fire engine, and then afterwards the fire is lit and we just wait so the whole area burns. Of course, it depends on the size of area. Sometimes if area is very big, more than 5 hectares, it may be burnt gradually, like more like we do it in forest. But if area is not very big, it's in about half an hour, it's already done. It's only a bit of smoke still coming. And few hours later, it looks like that. So there is no necessity to stay there or guard like it is in the forest. So it's quite, in heath, it's easy and I think much easier and less resources needed to do it. If we come to forest, it's again, we set the target, what we want to achieve in this area. We decide the place and the size. We make a sandy belt around. Sometimes we do something with trees, especially in the same age, even structured forest where we would like to have more deadwood. We do some tree cutting or tree blasting, which is done by armed forces, or ring barking. The actual burning is done only in summer because spring is too wet. Then we wait for best conditions. And if the day comes, we go on. Quite alike, like in heathland, the outer part of belt is watered, and it could be watered also some more times during the fire. Depends on how long this burning goes on. And then gradually the fire is lit, and so fire engines guard around the area to be sure that fire doesn't escape. This picture is 5 days after the burning was done. As you see, it is still burning. So far, we have let the burn stop naturally. We do not water anything. And of course, it takes time. And then there has to be people who are guarding the place to be sure that fire doesn't escape the area. And in the small picture, I put this fire-dependent beetle. We have good population of these in our military training area, and it is because of frequent fires. And they come to a burning site at once, and just an hour or 2 hours later, they are sitting on the hot stumps of trees. So it's always very nice to see them that, okay, they have found our fire.
I want to draw attention that the time is running up, so a few more.
Yes, I have 2 more slides only.
Yeah.
This picture is from an area 2 years after burning. As you see, the ground vegetation regenerates. There are small pine seedlings. Some larger trees, of course, slowly die, but it's very good for the biodiversity. And in this place, we have also a capercaillie breeding place nearby. And these birds like those burnt patches very much. They use them both for feeding and sometimes also for lekking. So another species benefiting from forest fires in Latvia. It was very short. I thank you for your attention, and hopefully it gave small insight in our not so very long, but anyway, experience in burning. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva, and thank you for your presentation and thank you for sharing. I believe there will be questions for the discussion later on, so we move on. But before moving, I really appreciate you bringing the experience for our as a close nearby neighbor and with your experience.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll come back, and now we switch to Lithuanian.
Hello, I would like to invite Professor Vytautas Marozas from Vytautas Magnus University Academy of Agriculture. And he will speak about impact of fire on forest ecosystems. A review of research in Lithuania.
Professor has extensive experience of 25 years working in Lithuania in research and teaching in forest biology and biodiversity, and researches the damage to forest, to its dynamics and ecosystems. Good afternoon. It's an honor to take part in such a conference. Thank you, organizers, for the invitation. I would like to present what has been done in Lithuania, talking about the impact of fire on forest ecosystems. First of all, Lithuania. It's in a peculiar geographic location. It's a middle area between boreal and mixed forests. So we in Lithuania, we have a lot of pine forests. As you know, pine is adapted to certain impact of fire. It has thick bark and is able to withstand some exposure. The earliest research dates back to several decades ago by our scientists, our researchers, about the impact of fire. So first of all, what is the situation in Lithuania? Over the last couple of decades, the number of forest fires is about 400 per year on average. Of course, it depends on the year, on meteorological situation. If it's a dry year, a hot year, it influences the number of fires. As you see, 2002 and 2006 had more fires because these were such years. So burned area on average in Lithuania is above 200 hectares per year. Again, it's different each year. The area, burned area in Lithuanian forests on average. But average area of one incidence of fire is about half a hectare. So numbers are mostly similar, just exception is 2011, when there was one single area, or higher, burned. So you can see these areas are not so huge, and so our fire fighting system is quite effective. And the aim is to decrease the number of natural fires. Talking about research, the impact of fires was started to be researched. That was its impact on the growth of forests. So a long-term professor, Pranciškus Jakas, in the forestry department, he was researching the impact of fires on the growth of forest, and degree theses were written a lot on those topics. If we talk about measures, one of study was that the surface fire has impact for 5 to 6 years, but it depends on the intensity. If it's weak, low, then the impact is almost invisible. If it's medium, then the growth decrease is about 12%. Another study, so if once it was the minor surface fire, so there was almost no impact on the growth. The other research is the impact of forest fires on components of vegetation of the forests. The research was done in fire areas, incidental. So by choosing similar conditions and to see what was the impact of those fires. That impact, if you see the grass layer, it was reinstated 5 years later. The moss layer was the impact on moss layer was felt for over 10 years. The research was done in pine forests, so they are relevant to our pine forests. So after studying the seedlings of pines, then over the first 5 years, the number of seedlings had decreased, and in areas of higher intensity fires, there were almost no seedlings, and all the lighting conditions were not favorable for the development of new seedlings. If we talk about, there was certain research done about the impact on the soil, on the composition, chemical composition of the soil, to microorganisms. There was a research, so the impact is insignificant. But the forest fire was of low intensity. Another interesting object in Lithuania is in 2006 there was a fire in Curonian Spit. This was one of the biggest fires in Lithuania. Over 200 hectares of forest burned down, but there were specific conditions. That's a Pinus smugo, that's a so-called mountain pine. It's not local, it was introduced and it grows in specific conditions. So there were quite a lot of research done after that fire, especially by our ecologists. So they examined the fungi communities, and the research was done of pathogenic fungi, how they impact the research was done by Vytautas Ligis. There was certain impact related to fungi. Another interesting research was there was a certain prescribed burning in heath area. This was done in Dzūkija National Park in 2011. This research was initiated by Paulo Pereira. He works in Mykolas Riomeris University. He's a scientist, a teacher, and together with the staff of Dzūkija National Park, with a botanist well-known, and they managed to make a prescribed burning. The prescribed burning of heath. After examining the vegetation, they discovered that for certain species more favorable conditions were created to expand, but significant negative impact was not found. And there was also a research done, extensive research done regarding the certain proof of forest fires, historical fires, and it's still ongoing, this research. And my colleague Michael will present this will tell more about it. And the researchers did interesting study about protected areas and the necessity to use burning as a tool for nature management. And there was a survey done on public opinion about that. It was not very representative, but it could be understood that negative view on prescribed burning is by people working in the forestry and specialists working in the protected areas. But this was done about 10 years ago. We also take part in Europe, in the networks in European level. That's cost activities. We scientists from Lithuania took part in it. So Vytautas Ligis and me, we took part in it. And it's an ongoing project. It encompasses the activities which can be joined by all the practitioners So current stage started in 2018, and it covers quite a broad area: fires, their prevention, their impact on fauna and flora, and we also solve various other issues in this network on European scale. And to conclude, the main sources where research is published, so main Lithuanian research projects. You can find those sources and get more detailed information. So this is just a brief presentation. Within the time allowed, it was a brief overview of research on the impact on Lithuanian forests. So thank you for your attention. Thank you, Professor Vytas Marozas. And we'll come back to the questions in the panel discussion. And now I want to switch to English back. Dabar vėl pereinu prie anglų kalbos.
And I would like to welcome Michael Manson. Michael Manson is a senior environmental researcher at Vytautas Magnus University in Lithuania, and has extensive international experience in Australia, Lithuania, Sweden, and other places. And currently his research topics are landscape management, ecosystem services, forestry, spatial planning, and biodiversity conservation. And he also has experience in fire incident management and fire ecology. And while Michael is coming, hello. Hello, Michael.
So, I guess I'm on.
Yes.
Thanks for joining us, folks, today. It's been very nice to see so many people involved. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about Lithuania and a project and fire in Lithuania that we've sort of looked here with Charles, who presented earlier. So what I want to do is, firstly, I want to apply the ASIO fire frequency model for Lithuania. This is used to look at the frequency of fire. I will come more into this. We'll also do an overview on dendrochronology study on fire history, and also look at some climate. And then we'll discuss fire as a tool and how maybe it can be used in Lithuania for habitat management, or can forestry use it? So we'll just take it slow. Firstly, we're looking at Lithuania. So for viewers who are not from Europe, it's up here on the map, so you can see it. So we'll look at all Lithuania, then we'll focus on Dzūkija, which is this area down here in the box. So firstly, if we talk about the ASIO fire frequency model, what it is it's there to look at the natural fire frequency, which is really determined by local soil profiles, so the moisture, the fertility, as well as environmental conditions. So you can take this into topology and different aspects. Now, the ASIO model was developed in Sweden by the State Forest Company. And it was really devised to guide biodiversity management and forest ecosystems to try and replicate how nature works, which is something that's obviously can't be done mechanical because of the way fire acts and behaves. So if you just take a look here, this was developed by Ruffner and Angelstam. back in the 90s. Now, if you look at the matrix here, it takes in your soil nutrients across the top, going from poor to rich, and it takes your moisture gradient from very dry to wet. So if we take it from the bottom, where it's very rich and wet, the fire frequency under natural conditions is quite absent, more than 300 years. And as you grow up in the profile to more moisture, you become seldom, intermittent to fire occurrence of very often. And these are all tied into different habitat types, different forest ecosystems and species. Now you might be looking and thinking, well, how does this really relate? So in Sweden in 2014, there was a large catastrophic fire in Sala, 15,000 hectares. It went for around a week burning. Now with Per Angelstam, we've looked at where the fire burnt, and it actually stayed within the poor, dry sites, which would have an often fire frequency. The fire didn't go beyond that, and it wasn't able to be controlled by a firefighting this fire. So it is good at predicting. We have a paper that's coming out on this later on. So now how does this apply to Lithuania across the Baltic Sea? Slightly different conditions. So you can actually, depending on your conditions, including climate, your different fire frequencies can change in the matrix. So if you have a drought, the O may replace the first two I's here, and so on. So this can be very, very much applied. There's even different models that are shown in Angelstam 98 for different places, continental. So if we take this to Lithuania, we have a matrix here. I'm not going to explain it all, but for our people out there, we have our fire frequencies in the colors over here. Then the next side is most important for our Lithuanian viewers. So this is you may all know Karezia's work on forest ecosystems in Lithuania. And for those who aren't, it's based on your soil fertility, moisture, and then your primary forest types and your field layer. Now these all have different types and reactions and fire frequencies which can be placed over here. So when you talk about prescribed burning, it's not about burning everywhere at the same time, at the same amount. You have to relate to what's going on in nature. Now, we applied this ASIO model for Lithuania based on this last table, and as we see, the fire category, where fire frequency would be the most in the often category every 40 to 60 years, it's around 500,000 hectares. It comes in second place, whereas seldom is your first place. And when you relate this to your species, we see Scots pine forests, which are the dominant areas which are, I guess, impacted and really evolved to fire in Lithuania. We see that it's the often category, 90% is made up of the pine species. So this is where you would target your fire if you want to reintroduce it into a country where fire is prohibited. So, and how this looks on the map. So here the color represents the forest layer, the forest database. So what we see is we have a band here along eastern Lithuania of these sandy, dry, poor soils with often fire frequency. You have a few other areas over here by the coast, and this area here is more the dry pine forest, which Charles was talking about earlier. So there are places where fire could be reintroduced. But now I'm just going to focus on this small area down here, which is Zakia. Big pine forested area in Lithuania, the largest. So what we tried to do is to understand how has fire really, how is it entwined into the Zakia area? So Charles paid us a visit a couple of years ago, and we went out and collected samples So what we did was we looked for cut over areas and stumps, and as you can see here, there's a scar. So we cut the top of this off, and we did this for 92 samples in 4 dry pine sites. That'd be here, here, and here. And we also were able to replicate it in the Chipkera raised bog, which was very nice, just to see if there was a difference, because under natural conditions, there should be. It's a raised bog, it should be wet, it shouldn't burn very often. So what we do is we polish the samples up till they come up nice and shiny like this, and then we count the rings and look for fire scars. So when we look for a sample, we may see on the stump one example. And then if we look at the stump and we see one example, you polish it up and you may find other examples. So on the photos here, we have several examples, and as you take the stump and you look at one side to the other side, they can be different and show different remnants of the fire. Then if you look at the bottom left, we can see two clear scars. But if you turn the sample over and look at the same side, you could see 3 scars. So what we did was we went through all these samples, counted the years, the tree rings from the pith to the outer bark, and then we added it into the fire history analysis and exploration system software, which is that little logo up the top. It's free, you can find it on the internet if you want to use it. So what we did was, in our 132 fire scars from these areas, we found 132 cookie samples. We found 455 fire scars from the 8 sites. We identified 213 unique fires with different aspects. So you see there's many more fires in the dry pine forest compared to the raised bog. We found the mean fire interval was 4.3 years for the dry Scots pine versus 8.67 for the raised bog. And the well-being medium statistics also showed a similar. So we see that fire is part of the landscape in Zakia. So this here is a graph, an output from the software on the analysis looking at the dry pine forest archives. So what we see is key years. So this down the bottom, you see the composite square. These are your key fire years, whereas the horizontal lines Charles explained earlier, each one of those is a sample, and the vertical lines in the middle are your fire events. And we see different periods where fire was active. And it should be noted that only 14% of trees actually record a fire scar. So this can be a bit of a give and take here. So not all fires are recorded on the trees. Also, you can see here, 1910 is a key year because pine trees in Lithuania, when they hit 110, they're open market to be harvested. I think maybe it's 120 in the protected areas, such as the Zakia National Park. So we are missing many samples of these older trees, but you can see that fire is part of the landscape here. Then we also went out and drilled some trees. We have Vytautas, who presented earlier, drilling the trees. We took out some cores. We just focused on the dry pine sites here for 42 cores. And we found that the growth was related to the autumn rainfall. And well, 20% could be explained by this. Whereas if we go to the Chipkera raised bog, to the fire scars, 8.6 years mean fire interval, we have that's quite a lot of fires for a raised bog. Our longest sample goes back 277 years. Quite amazing to have a tree this old. And it didn't show any visible fire scars until 1920s. And we see again, World War I, World War II, we see different time events and climatics. And what you see highlighted here, where just near the star on the screen, there's red years on the picture. That may be an actual impact on the peat bog where the fires actually burnt the organic matter. This is something we need to avoid. So we see there's many fires and we need to keep peatlands wet to help deal with climate change. So I want to put this now. We talked about the ASIO model and natural fires, but people. We've had some good questions today. What about people in the landscape and fire history from 1800s? So if you take the events and look at the fire chronology, you can actually see that human impact has a huge events on fire and the fire occurrence. So as I said, the orange line, harvest ready, anything that was before that is open to harvest. So this may be why we don't have sites. You can see World War I, both composites there. You see, then you have, for those that don't know, Zakia, part of it was annexed to Poland from 1922 to 39. So this could also have an impact. World War I, then we go to Soviet occupation. The blue line is Stalin's death, and this is known as Stalin's reign of terror, where there was a lot of patriotism and rising up. So maybe fire was also anthropogenic here. What's interesting though is this 60s to 70s, this was a climatic event here with drought and things. And also note the change in your farming and your agriculture. From up to 1960s, it was subsistence farming. So this is small scale mosaic farming where industrial agriculture took place from, say, after World War II when the Soviet occupation came in. And then we go to second independence. So, and these are your forest records. Lithuania has good forest records. It's really amazing. So if you take the first half, the first at the start, it excludes the Polish part of Lithuania. And you see the number of fires was less, but the impact in the area burnt was much more in this area until, say, 1950s, where you can see the change from 1950s when you go to the Soviet-style land management, and it continues through to today. So the bottom graph here is the average fire size of today, whereas the top's the number of fires. We also ran a analysis on the mean fire interval pre-1950 and post-1950. Pre-1950, we found a lot more fire with a mean interval of 3 versus 8. The raised bog pre and post also had a mean fire interval of 8, so there was not much difference here. But then you can go back and look at the land use history to understand how forests have evolved. So up the top is a map of 1967, just after the railway between Warsaw and Vilnius went through. You can actually see the difference in forest cover. So this area that's all green on the bottom figure is now qualified as forest land. If you look up here, this was all open up grasslands in 1867 for subsistence farming. So land use has completely changed. There was even fields over here. You had clear cuts up here. So we have to also consider how our forest ecosystems have changed from the past to the present, and how they can be managed and where they can be managed. So now if we talk about forest management that mimics nature, we need to think about how we do this. At the moment, this clear cutting with retention, this is a standard across Lithuania. So if you take this figure I've modified from Kulnavainen in Finland to add different aspects. So if we talk about prescribed burning in Lithuania, we want to only do it to the multi-cohort forest to start with. So what does that mean? That means these red areas, targeting the EU Habitats Directory Western Taiga or the Central European Lichen Scots pine forests, which rely on fire. Without this, they're slowly disappearing. They're both threatened habitats. So this is what we want to reintroduce fire for, to protect these habitats, not just to burn willy-nilly. Maybe it can also help after testing for fire management. So the take-home message is there is strong evidence of fire in Zakia. Forest site types are influenced by fire and evolve with fire, especially the dry pine forest habitats. We see that most of the fires in Zakia, they're going to be human anthropogenic sources. I think it's more than 90% are from anthropogenic sources. So moving forward, how can we use prescribed burning as a habitat management tool? Is there anyone willing to try this in Lithuania? As we said, not all forests need fire. It should start small, doing some testing, rotating the fire. So it shouldn't burn, the same area shouldn't burn every year. It should be an area here, maybe it should burn, that area should burn every 40 years. And just to try it, use adaptive management and base it on monitoring. So finally, I have some pictures here from a burnt area in 2009. This was a wildfire. It was harvested, scarified, and 10 years later, it still looks like the moon. How can we avoid this? Can prescribed burning be an alternative to scarification to help manage forest succession? Could prescribed fire be used as a habitat management tool? And that's where I'm going to leave these questions hanging for you to consider. And that's all from me today. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. And now I invite all our speakers, and I will start. Thank you very much for reviewing the situation in Lithuania, and I would like to start with the questions for the last presenter, starting from Eva to Vytautas, and then to Michael, and then to invite all others. Great, thank you. So first of all, Eva, do you hear me?
Yes.
So I just want to ask you about, you mentioned that it was important to get to be supported by fire brigades in Latvia. How did you manage to persuade them, or did they were eager to help, or how was it in practical terms? Because usually they don't want fire.
Yes. In fact, our cooperation during those years since 2009 have been, I think, most fruitful for both for us and for them, because now they use these, especially those burnings in spring, they use as training events for their staff. They teach young people who come to work in their team how to deal with a fire. And in this 2009, when we thought about how to perform this first burning, when we searched who can have experience in Latvia about this, the forest firefighters were first we thought about, because they deal with forest fires every year, and they have experience how to stop the fire. And that was our main goal, not only to lit the fire, but to stop the fire within the borders we've set. So I think it was natural that we asked them, and I'm really happy that they were so glad to help and very keen to try this. It was interesting for them too.
So we are speaking not only about the nature, but it's a safe space to train people their competence in managing fire. So it's a
yes, exactly.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, and I was curious, do you monitor species and habitats at these prescribed burning sites further on, all after the prescribed burning all year around?
Yes, we do. During this first life project, 2009, we started a monitoring program, birds and habitats, and about these prescribed burning places. it's mostly habitat monitoring which deals, and every second year we have vegetation monitoring in heathland, in raised bog, and in forests, and it's also, of course, those burnt patches.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then thank you. That's good to know and very valuable experience. I would invite Professor Vytautas also to our discussion.
Gerai,
Aš tada lietuviškai užduosiu. I was asking Lithuanian professor.
There are more questions, but one of them is it necessary to start a fire in a standing forest? Or is it enough to make it in a felt stand and achieve the same result? Depends on the conditions, and it's not the same. And basically, this can be done in the forest and also in the felt areas. If we try to improve the ecosystem of the habitat, then it is necessary to arrange such conditions so that it can be done only in felt areas. Thank you. Another question about the impact of fire on the wildlife of the forest. Not only trees, but animals, insects. So if we talk about prescribed burning, we know that some species are related to fires, and there is a certain impact of the fire. And it was mentioned that there are several species which are closely related to fires. So I'm not an expert in the species of birds, but this impacts them, and it was used in Dzūkija. Prescribed burning. It's one of the tools which can be used as prescribed burning, and in some cases it can be replaced with something else to achieve temperature to a certain degree. And it was shown in Latvia. I don't quite remember. There was certain amount of carbon in the burnt surface that has to be. Thank you. Another question for the protected species, like they need open areas, they need old trees. Also, wood grouse needs open areas for their mating. So maybe it's better. There are better measures than prescribed burning. There are tools. So are you telling that this is one of the alternatives? It's not just that one is better than another. Yes. Yes. So thank you.
Thank you. I will switch to Michael.
Perinu prie Michael.
Hi, Michael. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I want just to see. Oh, you look in a good studio.
Perfect studio.
Wonderful. This is a good chance to see that there are many people helping us to do this event. Good.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody here.
Yeah, it's good. So, Michael, I have thank you for your presentation. It was really rich and many facts, and I think it's worth attending more closely. But what your would be comment is it why prescribed burning? Why can't we stay to use practice of habitat management and forest regulation? Why prescribed burning?
Is there an alternative to prescribed burning? What can actually mimic and replicate burning? Species have evolved with fire. They have adaptation strategies. How do you actually replace a natural process?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can.
So you mean that it's natural and it's appropriate for that? That's
it's appropriate in its correct location and use. You can't just go and throw fire around everywhere. It's about targeting your habitats and landscapes, areas that need fire. So this is what I was trying to say when I was making my presentation, is to use fire in Lithuania, you should target the species, flora and fauna that have adapted and evolved with fire in the landscape.
Okay. Okay. So that isn't it too risky to try to replicate what's naturally happening by being used to contain, control, and suppress?
No, you see the way climate change is going, the large scale events are getting larger around the world. In Australia, like people will say, oh, it will never happen here. It has happened already here. In the 1960s, you talk to the people in the villages around Shipkelu, and they will tell you, especially the old people, yeah, we had fires, we had to just dig holes, bury our belongings and run. So it's not a new phenomenon.
Yeah,
but it's about trying to manage it. So.
Yeah. So I'm using as a discussion argument. I hear the question. I see the question in Lithuanian.
Mm-hmm.
The fire get that in the past these natural fires usually they were much bigger in scale. They were stopped by natural barriers like waters and this. And now when we do a smaller scale prescribed burning, do we really do the same as it used to be as naturals when they are bigger in scales and the impact?
Yeah, so I guess the prescribed burning is much more ecosystem friendly. If you have a wildfire, some animals can't escape. With the prescribed burning, they can escape. It still attracts, and I think as Yeva showed earlier, it's actually boosting the species communities and abundance and things. So.
But the argument that it says is maybe it's not so much natural as artificial, because what it says that naturally they used to be big, and of course there were casualties in these times when this wildfire happens.
Yeah, I guess one thing is it's very hard for us to go back more than 100 years and actually look and see how the fire burned, or even before when there was no people.
Yeah.
But we can't afford to have huge fires. There's too much risk. So I've been an incident mapper and working with wildfire, and your only job there is to protect human life and assets. you don't care about the forest, you just care about procurement. We don't want to get to that stage. Like, this is more, I'm talking about introducing fire as a management tool for species. I'm not talking about using it here in Lithuania as a fire control system. It may also have those benefits, but that's not what I'm focused on here. I'm focused on about the species composition of ecosystems for habitat management, such as the LIFE project focuses on.
Okay. And so if people are still cautious, if people think that it's like opening the box that you can't close and get the things inside, it's unmanageable. It sounds manageable when we speak with the screen, but when you go out there, it's a risk. It's a risk of it going over. So what would be your argument? That what is the safeguard?
As we've seen from the COVID pandemic, the only thing that we cannot manage is ourselves. I mean, if we can't control, like, if people need to live with their freedom, but also have to obey laws. And if you create the correct setting for prescribed burn, then it works well. And I think all of our experienced people that presented today, they've actually shown this.
But maybe that's also good reason, because we have the history in Lithuania that grass burning is very popular, and of course it's not managed well. So it takes a while to persuade the public that stop burning.
Yeah.
And now we go the other direction. Let's reintroduce it. So it's not about the burning itself, but the idea that it's allowed might spill over to farmers who say, okay, you can burn fire, I can burn the grass.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends.
But that's the danger, isn't it?
But also, it's been proven in agricultural areas, the burning of grass, it actually decreases your productivity in agricultural. It degrades the soil.
Okay.
So, I mean, it all depends on your objectives of the fire. So.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for bearing and holding. I want just to give a discussion, and I want to invite all the presenters. I really appreciate your persistence and your focus on that.
I think Charles can also explain the risk with how many fires have actually escaped when you're doing prescribed burning.
Yeah, Charles?
I knock on wood, I have never lost a fire. And I think Henrik or Dr. Grandstrom cited that less than 1% of all fires started actually escape control. When those happen, they are negative. They draws a lot of public opinion. Sometimes wildfire or escaped prescribed burns cause us to rethink our management tools and start thinking about our controls. But we always get back to putting fire back on the ground after we readjust. But the number of escaped prescribed burns is extremely low.
Okay.
Extremely low.
Thank you. Thank you for joining in, and thank you. I would like to invite all the speakers, and I am curious, maybe you have your own questions and comments you would like to add here after hearing each other conversation and talking about that. So you would like to add or comment about what you heard, and I will join and add the questions that people are writing down. One of the comments I heard that maybe the trees, the Pinus ponderosa, is not comparable the forest that we have in Lithuania. So maybe I'm not good at the arguments, but maybe we can't compare the experience in the United States to what we have in Lithuania. Is it correct? Is it?
I guess, yeah, that's a question perhaps for me.
Yes, Charles.
I could have picked probably, I don't know, 10 other ecosystems besides Ponderosa Pine that may be more similar to your Scots pine. I think of red pine across the northern tier of our country through the lake states. Very similar to Scots pine, very fire adapted, has many associates. So red pine would be an obvious choice. Lodgepole pine would be another choice. Jack pine would be a choice. Pitch pine. I mean, you can only cover so many ecosystems in a 20 or 30-minute talk, but yes,
Okay.
Ponderosa pine acts very similar to what I would suspect Scots pine forest. I mean, I've been in Scots pine in Lithuania and Scotland and Germany. I think they would all react very similarly to what I've expressed.
Okay. Okay. I have another question that people keep asking and saying, that greenhouse gas emission and the effect of 1 hectare after controlled burning, it's not proved. They still need the proof that the risk and the cost of prescribed burning with the greenhouse emission, they didn't hear it. The amount of it and the impact to the environment. Could someone comment? Like I remember Henrik was showing.
Dr. Lindberg.
Yeah, I just cannot do anything to back what I was doing in presentation. So if you have whole sink of land use change is something 10-15 megatons, and the source of all fires is some kilotons. So you can see the scale is totally different. Also, if you count, I don't have time, but I have counted also for actually I could look it up for 1 hectare. It's really quite low, the impact. And even if you then count what Anders was saying, that it's mostly these fine fuels, needles, pine branches, litter, that will decay anyhow within a couple of years. So it's probably lower, and also that the fire effects also that it might even slow the decay. But the most important thing is the scale is totally, so all other things, it's so tiny that it definitely doesn't pay. It's like rounding some megatons here and there. So in my opinion, it's.
Yeah, because the question was quite specific. People are asking, do we have numbers or approximate numbers, specific numbers for 1 acre or 1 hectare that the emission?
I can look up.
Yeah, maybe later, but just that's what's one of the questions that I really follow and repeating several times. So I want it voiced. Okay, there's a question in Lithuanian. I will ask in Lithuanian then for Professor Vytautas. Professor?
Professor?
Klausimas.
There's a question. In poor habitats, as we heard, the fires, they stimulate the growth of grass. Is it possible to state that fires will increase the growth of pine forests? I don't know, but I got an impression that fires, they stimulate the increase in the underlayer. But no, the fire usually burn the understory, and it will take several years for tree seedlings to sprout and to grow, and we are seeing those opportunities for the seedlings to grow. Of course, there are other things if we want to use fire as a support tool for natural growth, there are some emergence of some pathological fungi which should be avoided. So this experience, our practical experience, is quite small, because we would need to carry out broader studies, and from the observations by our and other authors, we can see that in the burnt areas the number of seedlings increases. But what happens next is usually they don't survive because the stand is too thick. It needs more detailed research. I don't know, maybe in Finland they have, as they use the prescribed burning in felt areas, so maybe they have more detailed experiences. But here more detailed research is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Henrik, would you want to comment?
Henrik?
Yes, and I think in Sweden they actually do still do even more of these prescribed burnings. I think it's near a little over 1,000 hectares or something like that, and in Finland it's less. But actually the research has concentrated so much lately on biodiversity aspect and nature management. So the silvicultural knowledge and the regeneration is mostly based on elder knowledge. But one thing it's clear that the impact or the regeneration characteristic is quite based on the intensity of fire, or the fire severity, fire depth, actually, to use the right terminology. So if there is a significant decrease in the organic layer, then definitely the characteristics are higher. But if the impact is very low, actually. So the weeds, the root systems of weeds do not die in the fire, and there's only the tips of the mosses. We say it's like changing the color only, but the ecological impact is quite low. So in those basic cases, it's. But I think they've done some research in Sweden lately. Maybe Anders knows.
Okay. Thank you, Henrik. I have a question, and I would invite you to address this question to Anders and Charles. The question is about how often we need to repeat the prescribed burning in the same location, in the same area. What area has to be covered to achieve certain benefits? How often and how big the area? Professor Charles Ruffner, maybe Ruffner, you?
Okay, in many of our oak forests, what we see is we have two types of prescribed fire regimes, if you will. In many oak systems, we need a restorative prescribed burn regime where for the first decade, we may burn in that unit maybe 2 to 3 times in a decade to try and restore the structure that we want. Then once we have that structure and the oak regeneration is coming up, then we may drop back to what's called a maintenance cycle, where we may burn that site once every decade. So there's two kind of treatments, a much more aggressive restorative burning versus much more of a maintenance burning regime.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I addressed the same question, and
Yes.
Size would not really be a factor. So I mean, you can, if you do it correctly, you can get on the area you burn, you get the results you want. And of course, if you want to have a lot of habitat, you have to burn a lot of area. But size per se doesn't seem to be very important because, sorry, for example, those fire-following insects, they will find you anyhow, even if it's a small area.
Okay.
But return time for returning with another fire, that's an interesting question. And some research we did up north suggested that there was a incubation time, you could say, for fuel succession, and that was around 15 years before you can have a fire going again because of the fuel succession going from just scant litter into moss, and when moss comes back, then you have good conditions for fire. Further south in the country, it's much shorter required interval, and I was out on a prescribed burn last early summer when there was part of it was a reburn, and that was only 4 years old and succeeded, but that required quite a lot of good needle fall from the surviving pines because it was a closed pine site. But it's an interesting question with the return time and not much research, not enough really. But if you look at historic intervals, they have varied from up north from 15 years to 300 years with a sort of, it's a very wide spectrum, and maybe with a mean interval of around 100 years. And that gets shorter and shorter the further south you get, and in the south of Sweden, it was sort of average interval of 30 years, but from say 5 to 85 or something like that. And if you want some guidance from history, you should look at such data and apply that long-term planning for reserve areas, national parks, etc.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I have a question to Vytautas and maybe Henrik Ellenberg. The question is in English, so I will read it in English. What do you think about spreading of invasive plant species in post-fire places? Case of Kurodian spit. So unwanted consequences.
Tai dėl kuršių nerijos.
Talking about Curonian Lagoon, the fire helped an invasion species to spread, that Pseudocasia. It is the species is related to fires, and yes, we did have this problem related to the fire. Robinian Pseudocasia, yeah. It was spreading in the areas because it is adapted to fires, so we have to take into consideration different aspects.
Thank you. And Henrik, do you have experience of?
Henry, ar jūs turite patirties? Ne.
I don't think it's
Kas čia?
There was some technical hiccup, but Henrik, are you there?
Yes. I don't think at least in Finland there are no invasive species that are related that would spread. There are some that are spreading to forest, but it's generally in forest it's a minor problem, and there are no species that are related to fire.
Okay. Because just I want to say that there is a comment in Lithuania. It's not a question, but according to those who work as a foresters, they mean that when they restore the fire after the forest after wildfire, the experience is only negative because the sprouts they got infected by diseases. They're weak. Okay, the question is that I have, it's in Lithuanian, but I address to maybe Professor Charles Ruffner and others. First of all, how to explain to the public, answering the opposition, the statement that during the fire, even controlled burning, inevitably some live organisms may die or will die. And is it so important to sacrifice those living organisms for some rare organisms that live on unburnt area?
I'm going to sound kind of I don't know, not very positive here, but I was concerned at one time about, burning and killing a tortoise or a snake or something. And a wildlife biologist told me that, Charles, we're managing wildlife habitat and populations. We're not managing for an individual animal. And that kind of changed my perspective. And I often tell my students that you have to break an egg. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelet, and that's kind of a saying that we use here. That sometimes snakes or other animals, slow-moving animals, may come to the fire, but one or two individuals is probably acceptable, unless, of course, that's an endangered species like rattlesnake, and you kill one or two females in a fire. That could be devastating for a local population. But in general, we're managing habitat, not for an individual animal. That's my answer.
So that's inevitable, you are saying. We can't avoid that.
Well, I don't know that it's inevitable, because we burn around rattlesnake areas, and for days before the burn, we go monitor the site and see if there are any snakes utilizing that habitat. If there are, we can either move them to another place or postpone the fire. So I don't think it's just going out and burning up the forest and not caring. It's definitely trying to reduce those incidents. And Henrik has a comment.
Yeah, please, Henrik.
Yes, that was the fourth frequently asked question that I didn't have time to know. That it's always the fourth one is that what's happening to the lovely furry animals, and I agree exactly with Charles that if we take an individual kind of this kind of animal protection attitude, then we just can't do anything in the forest actually. So, and then another thing you have to remember that we have actually decreased the wildfires. That there should be even more and more wildfires if we didn't do anything. So excluding everything, so they actually have benefited. So in my opinion, this is actually somehow alienating us from the ecological processes that we want to eat meat when it comes from plastic bags, but we don't want to see the animal to be slaughtered. We want to see nice biotopes, but we don't want to see them trapped in the fire. So this is really problematic. But I think this should separate professionals maybe from public. But this is something that almost everybody who is dealing with burnings has to be able to discuss and explain to the public.
So you are saying you are ready to face that statement or challenge. Am I getting right?
you have to deal with it.
Yeah. Okay, I have a question to Danas. I will ask in English. Is it okay? Yeah, there's a question. So how do you feel about fire as habitat management after following many discussions? I'm not ending. We are having some time, but I'm curious, and not only me. There's people out there curious for your opinion.
Yeah, it's still a difficult question. Actually, we need to take a lot of things into consideration. The public opinion is is very important as well. So from a professional point of view, it is way to manage. It is one of the ways to make nature management. Of course, I think in Lithuania it will not start as a regular forest practice. It should be done somewhere as a pilot project, and to start in very slow steps. I mean, we do not have practice here and no experience. So it was very interesting to listen to Yeva's presentation, and I mean, these military areas are actually very good grounds to make several experiments, because as far as I know, because of all military practices, time to time we have some kind of incidents when small areas do burn, and we have infrastructure to control these fires. So maybe military grounds would be very good for these pilot projects. And to repeat myself, as a Minister of Environment, we think we should take very careful approach and do it in very slow steps.
Thank you, Dana. So, and I have a question also to Yeva and others. I will read it in Lithuanian. Maybe see how is it translated, but this see how it goes.
In Latvia and Sweden, do you have many unsanctioned fire cases? Just like in the eastern Lithuania.
Okay.
Intentional, when people intentionally set fire on fields which are not owned by somebody or managed. Here it is the main reason why we have forest fires.
Clear the question, yeah?
Ieva, ar supratote klausimą? Taip.
And in Latvia too, these old grass burnings from early spring into the summer, it is a big problem, and state is fighting with this. It is of course illegal to burn in Latvia, but still there are people who are doing this. Maybe it is less in forests. I think in forests, those occasional fires which start, there are more carelessness of people, not intentional burnings. Of course, maybe such are also, but more carelessness.
Okay, thank you, Eva. Anders?
Grass fires are interesting, and actually, if you, for those that are really interested in grass fires, we have a new grass fire danger index in Sweden implemented this spring. I've been involved in the development of that, but there's we have about equal amount of grass fires as forest fires. A bit difficult to distinguish which are which, but some grass fires go into forest also and start actual forest fires. There seemed to have been a decrease in activity of grass burning, actual grass burning, in the last 20 years or so. If you look at the statistics, grass fires caused by children have dropped dramatically. Maybe some cultural phenomena there. Also, grass burning, intentional grass burning, has decreased as a fire cause. And my suspicion is that the old timers are going away, those that tended the areas around them, mostly beneficial because you remove thatch and give new grass growth. I would also suggest that you look at the EFIS database for fires. So there are really interesting geographic divisions. For example, towards the Russian enclave, you have a lot of grass fires there. Also, if you compare to Lithuania, and also when you get into Ukraine, and so there are borders, state borders that really make a difference in the amount of grass fires, and that's interesting. And it's interesting that you apparently are trying to get rid of them, and they of course can present problems, but they are also somewhere, in some instances, good fires.
Okay. I'm aware that our time is running out. I know that there is some practical questions that I didn't ask you. Maybe someone can ask about actually two ways. How, if we say that we prepare for prescribed burning, what are the priorities, objectives? What are like training fire personnel, promote open habitats? How do you prioritize? And the next question, or the other part of it, what documents usually needs to be prepared, at least in your experience? We speak from the countries that do that. So definitely not Lithuania, but I don't know, Sweden, Finland, Latvia, United States. So priorities and objectives and documents that need to be kind of prepared. I don't know if it's possible to answer shortly, but
I could say something about the nature, state-owned nature reserves in Sweden. So if you have a document stating what kind of management is supposed to occur in this area, and in the past it never mentioned fire, but today every suitable area they mention fire. And that's a prerequisite. But then, of course, you need to, for each case, you need to have a document stating what is it I want to have happen here, because otherwise you can't discuss it with. You need to convey that to the one doing the burning and then checking that it also was carried out.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Henrik?
Yeah, just a quick, no objectives or priorities are needed because the authority who is responsible is or the legislation is the Rescue Act and the Rescue Service. So you have to make in advance an announcement there. Usually it varies, but let's say 2 weeks before, so that they can acquaint us and say and estimate the risk. And that you should have map. And then you should have a short and coordinates and so on, and a responsible person. And it's different from Sweden. So in Finland you have to have experience. So you have to have training, and 2 to 5. It's considered that you have to be participated in 2 to 5 before you can function as a fire boss. I think it's okay. And then you make this announcement in advance.
Thank you. Michael, I see you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just saw there's quite a few questions today, and I think it can be answered pretty quickly with a yes or no answer from most of you. Do the local authorities support your burning in each of your countries? Is the fire brigade backing you up with this prescribed burning?
Okay, thank you. So I really am aware of the time running out. I understand that we have many more questions to come, but the idea was to promote the discussion. So for the ending, for the closing, I would like each of you presenters say for one sentence that guests, all people who spoke, that you wish for the future for for the prescribed burning to develop, and I will close up the event. So Professor Charles Ruffner.
All right, I'll go first. I'm an old paratrooper. I jumped out of airplanes in the Army, and my words of wisdom would be that parachutes are a lot like mines. They only work when they're open. So I encourage the Baltic people, the Lithuanian folks, to keep a mind open about prescribed burning and to maintain the discussion into the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles. And thank you for your time and coming.
Yes, I've enjoyed it.
Professor Anders Grandstrom? Closing statement.
Yeah, closing statement would be work, try it out in a small scale and then gain experience and read a lot, but don't take everything you read as gospel. You have to fix it yourself and gain experience gradually in your setting.
Okay, thank you. So we are speaking about keeping our minds open, gaining experience and building the competence. Okay, thank you. So, Henrik Lindberg, what's your closing statement and vision for?
Well, that's about keep on and keep on trying, but it's going in fire is hard task, and I mentioned earlier, not today, but there's social knowledge that when you have the harmful effect that it's gone, it's hard to bring it back. Like in Scandinavia, we have problems with wolves. It's very hard because we have almost extinct. And I think in Baltic, maybe we should have some kind of wolf and fire seminar. So Baltics could teach us how to deal with wolves, and Scandinavians could teach us how to deal with fire. So
that's exchange of experience. That's a wonderful idea. That's we can take it seriously. Okay, thank you, Henrik. Gerbiamas Danai, Augutė, please, your closing statement.
So it was a very interesting seminar for me. I was carefully listening for all presentations. Thank you for all presenters. It was really interesting for us, and I hope many of us now will open this parachute, as you said, Mr. Charles, and we will look at nature in a little bit different perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now I will invite Eva. What is as our neighbor and experienced one?
Yes, maybe from the experienced ones, I'm the less experienced, of course, but I would wish you to give the society the message that fire is a life bringer to certain places in your country. It's not a destroyer. And of course, you are welcome to our country we could share our experience when we can travel again freely. Yeah. So you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That was generous. And aš paklausiu profesoriaus
Professor Vytas Morozas, what would be your statement, your wish? I hope that prescribed burning will be one of the tools for nature management, of course slowly by gaining experience and after doing certain research and experimental burnings, we'll be able to tell more about its benefits mainly as a tool for nature management.
Thank you, Acho. And Michael Manson, what's your closing statement?
My closing statement is we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're just trying to bring in some practices that were used earlier on through society. I mean, if we look at Lithuania, we have a lot of international mentors here selling the idea of fire and how they've worked it But in the local scale, such as here, we also have people like Mindaugas Lapali, who knows and has reintroduced in small scale. So working together, there is possibilities if it can be supported up higher.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think it was a really full and rich discussion. And I also want to draw attention that for those people who you saw, there were many people in the background who did a wonderful job bringing this topic and organizing. So I want to thank you, Birute, Monica, Silvia, Gediminas, Audrius with the technical support and his team, and maybe someone else whom I haven't mentioned, but it was a big help to happening. And I also thank you, all the public people who came in and listened and have asked questions. I hope most of you got questions. I hope maybe you will get the answers later. And I also want you to draw your attention that event recording is accessible through the same link as you have joined in. So you can access the recording of all the seminar for 1 month from today. And you will be able to listen, and I invite you to review, listen, and think about how we can make our life better by using and managing the fire, which is a force of nature that is important with us. Thank you for being with us, and hope to see you in other seminars.
Wow.
Wow. Wait.
Į kurį jungiamės? Kurį čia dabar?